You have other guests?
Yes, we have.
The following is brought to you by the People's National Party.
Make the trumpets play. Jamaican people want better. Economy coming like stormy weather. Ancestors are turning on them grave. We can tell me how we can do it together. When we look at the future of precipice, we see Jamaica needs the vision of the PSP. People said the bag of promises, them can't carry go shop. And the crime rate getting high, I wonder when it does now come Rex. Jamaican people want better. Economy coming like stormy weather. Ancestors are turning on them grave. We can tell me how.
The proceeding was brought to you by the People's National Party. The following is brought to you by the People's National Party.
Make the trumpets play. Jamaican people want better. Economy coming like stormy weather. Ancestors are turning on them grave. We can tell me how we can do it together. When we look at the future of precipice, we see Jamaica needs the vision of the PSP. People said the bag of promises, them can't carry go shop. And the crime rate getting high, I wonder when it does now come Rex. Jamaican people want better. Economy coming like stormy weather. Ancestors are turning on them grave. We can tell me how.
The proceeding was brought to you by the People's National Party.
If you're looking for an online magazine aiming to captivate and empower, look no further than Daisy Magazine. Daisy Magazine is the leading online publication in the US. Subscribe to Daisy Magazine, the digital subscription publication. Subscribe at www.magster.com/p/Daisy. Subscribe to the leading online publication, Daisy Magazine.
Hello and welcome. Happy Friday. Happy Friday to everyone in television land. Happy Friday to our silent supporters. Happy Friday to everyone in the chat. Hope everyone had a wonderful and productive week and looking forward as usual to our restful weekend. For those who are joining, please make sure you thumbs up the live, share us out if you can. And if you're new to the channel, please show us some support by subscribing. So tonight's topic is Andrew talk about the real issues, no more distractions. And we have our host as usual, Baron and Anne-Marie. And we have Kamala Wright Mango, our special guest. Also Mr. Rattigan, Herb, Tara, and Aromatic will be joining us shortly. So thank you guys so much for tuning in. Thank you for your continued support. Really appreciate each and every one. Let me just quickly welcome those in the chat. Youngs, Sonia Foster, Falmouth Girl 2, Truck Life, John Gotti, JP, Dorothy McCoy, Yona Vasso, Abina Sarkody, Judith Livermore, I said John Gotti before, Yvonne Johnson, Real Black Woman, The Moyes Way, Cooking with Miss Brown, Rennie Swaby, Florence Hamilton, Hesse Older, Mr. Jarrett, Gilmore Jarrett, Gigi Jones, Meline Bowman, G Money, Larry Beckford, The Truth, Randy Bless, Tony Gray, Iselin Fairweather, Melody Williams, Randy Bless, Michael Weir, Mavis Forbes, welcome. Thank you so much for tuning in as usual. Really appreciate each and everyone's support. Without any delay, I'm going to turn over to Byron.
All right. Thank you, Ronnie, for that precursor there. And I want to say once again, Kamala Wright Mango, a big welcome to you. And
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Before I start, I want to say to all the persons in the chat, persons in Dan, and who all the persons who tune in, right? Kamala is a quite inspiration, right, on social media as it relates to political awareness, right? I would automatically give her the gratitude in terms of seeing her as a political scientist, right? No doubt about that. And I want persons here in the chat, please go over to Kamala Right Mango, and I want you to subscribe to her channel, right? You know that Mystic Sensation, right, don't make recommendation, and those recommendations are not solid. So I am telling you to go over, please, right, and have Kamala Right Mango being supported. She will be with us in terms of roughly about half an hour because she also will be starting her program. So let me make that clear, right? So she will be tuning in with us for half an hour. Wilfred Ratigan will be joining us in studio. Herb will be joining us. And we have a lot of things that we are going to break down. But before we start into those issues, right, we want to have a bit of fresh air because, at least we want to enjoy some comfort in terms of flying without getting into the turbulence, because we know tonight we are going to hit turbulence. Particularly, we are, Kamala is here to dissect some of the information that we'll be divulging. We'll be dissecting the information and we'll be digging deep into the Constitution reform. But before we go there, let us enjoy a smooth flight with our potential Prime Minister to be, Mark Golden, right? As it relates to his level of care that he has for Jamaican people and his willingness to deliver. Okay, welcome, Brother Ratigan. How are you doing?
There, I say right, Mango.
What's up, sir?
That's a Byron. Sorry, I'm late, man.
No, man, no, you are here. You are here. You are here. We appreciate that. Right.
And he has a date with me after.
Yeah, that's true.
All right. And,
where Herb T there? You know, hear from him?
Yeah, Herb will be joining us later.
Okay, can we just, I was on a call with him earlier.
Yeah, he's going to join us later.
Okay.
Right. So that being said, and remember, folks, right, as it relates to the One Jamaica Legal and Defense Foundation, remember, it's the mechanism that we have right now as it relates to holding the government, right, as it relates to checks and balance. And we need that. That is important. So please remember that we need to support that as well. And also, Ratigan will be having his program on Tuesday as usual, right? Please remember, right, to go over there and support, right? Who has not yet subscribed to Kamala, right, Mango, who has not yet subscribed to Will Ratigan, please go over, right, subscribe, right? These are, the persons who are disseminating the information, right, and keeping us aware, right? So please do the right thing in terms of doing the support, right? Make sure that we are doing that. All right. Now, as I said, we want to enjoy a little smooth in our flight tonight. So we are going to start with, of course, the potential Prime Minister to be, Mark Golding, right? And so then please enjoy this clip. And before we get into, the turbulence, before we hit turbulence.
Sorry, we're having a slight feedback. I think maybe it's your device, Kamala.
Feedback?
We were having it before start. Just a low
feedback.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Okay. I think, that's good.
That's good. Okay. So let us go to this clip, Mark Golden for Labor Day, and let us enjoy This is a 9 minutes clip, so let us enjoy that.
As we celebrate Labor Day, we must remember our historical journey that has taken us here. What was once Empire Day and a commemoration of our colonial past was transformed in 1961 by Premier Norman Washington Manley, who recognized the need to honor the workers of Jamaica as the true backbone of our society. So, with the stroke of his powerful pen, Labor Day was born. And with it began a new era of recognition and appreciation for the great contribution of our workers to nation building. 11 years after that, in 1972, Prime Minister the Most Honorable Michael Manley expanded the concept of Labor Day by adding a vital additional feature: community development through volunteerism. This year, we are continuing that vision and legacy in a special way by focusing on a critical aspect of our society: the need for greater inclusion and empowerment of persons with disabilities, the elderly, and all those who are vulnerable in our society. The theme for this Labor Day, persons with disabilities, the elderly and the vulnerable, and the slogan, ramp up access, show that you care, resonate deeply with me. My father was a pioneering champion of the rights of persons with disabilities as the founder of the Sir John Golding Rehabilitation Center here in Jamaica. After his death in 1996, I assumed the chairmanship of the Mona Rehabilitation Foundation and continued the support for that important institution. As Minister of Justice, I supported the development and passage of the Disabilities Act in 2014, transformational legislation to promote, protect, and ensure the full and equal enjoyment of all rights and privileges by persons with disabilities. The fact that it took some 8 years after the passing of that act to bring it into effect was disappointing, but I'm excited that we're once again seeking to energize the society around the issues affecting this group of Jamaicans, as well as our senior citizens. This year's theme for Labor Day is a call to action, requiring all of us to recognize the barriers that exist for these vulnerable groups and to take the action necessary to overcome those barriers. Our goal is to make Jamaica a place where everyone has equal access to the opportunities, resources, and support they need to achieve their goals in life, where every individual is enabled to contribute their unique talents and perspectives without being hindered by obstacles over which they have no control. We must prioritize affordable and accessible healthcare, education, and social services that cater to the needs of all our citizens, regardless of their age or their ability. The solutions to these issues lie within our collective efforts as a people. However, ceremonial events and speeches are not sufficient to get us to where we want to be. We must adopt an activist approach in all the critical areas where persons with disabilities are presently facing exclusion. And this can only be driven by sustained and courageous advocacy to ensure that these issues will never again recede into the background while other national issues are given priority attention. As the leader of the opposition, I pledge to continue advocating for policies and programs that promote inclusivity and accessibility. In fact, in our new Road to Change policy for national development, the letter A in the word change stands for accessibility and inclusivity. On this Labor Day, I reaffirm my commitment to leaving no one behind and empowering all individuals to achieve their full potential. As Jamaicans come together to work on our various community projects and national initiatives, let us remember that true progress is measured by how we uplift those who are the most vulnerable among us. Let us make this Labor Day a testament to our collective commitment to building a more inclusive and caring Jamaica. Let us ramp up the access and show that we care by executing projects that will assist our most vulnerable to actively participate in our society. And these include important projects to promote greater access, such as installing ramps at entrances and exits, guardrails, braille signage, and making bathrooms wheelchair accessible. These initiatives will have a significant positive impact on the lives of persons with disabilities and the elderly. Let us use this Labor Day as a catalyst for change. I wish you all a safe and productive Labor Day. God bless you.
Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, thus far, I hope you enjoyed that smooth path of flight. Right now, we are going to hit some turbulence, and I'm anticipating as well Kamala's time. Right, so we are going to factor that in. Right, brother Herb.
Yes, sir. How you doing?
Thank you, sir, and you know, a big welcome for you to be on the program.
Well, I tell you what, today has been a confusing day to say the least. Tonight, I thought I'd get some relief, but I'm still here, brother.
Okay.
Yeah. Greetings to Sir Rattigan and, of course, Kamala, the right mango.
All right.
Yeah.
Yes.
And don't let me forget, lady of the house.
Yes.
Anne Marie, how you doing?
All right.
Good, thanks. How are you?
Okay.
Yeah.
So without any further delay, we are going to hit some turbulence here. And we are going to deal definitely with the Constitution reform. And what I'm going to do, we are going to go through some pages that I have highlighted. Of course, I sent the panel, Kamala, Herb, and Ratty, some of the information that we are going to discuss tonight. And I want to say before I get into that, right, when looking on that document, I really have to say a big thanks to Mark Golding, right, and those lawyers who did not sign this, right? Because if they had signed this, believe you me, Jamaica, right, will be ending into a part of dictatorship, right, going straight into the abyss. Now, without any further delay, I'm going to go through the document, and as a result of Kamala's stop for time, I am going to give ladies before gentlemen, right, as the usual standard. I'll be asking Kamala to dissect a portion of the first document, right? So without any delay, honey, put up that document, and we want the people to, stay fixed to what we are presenting here, because this is serious, right? And this is going to affect us, right? Yes.
Okay.
This intergenerational impact if this document was signed off on, right? Now let us read here as it relates to, let me just go under the subheading here. Is this 7 of 12?
Yeah, that's number 7.
7 of 12, okay, all right. Now let us talk about the subheading here. 4.3, replacement of the monarchy with a republic. Right, let us look what is happening here. It is no longer considered appropriate for Jamaica's form of government to be a constitutional monarchy, and the head of state should not be a hereditary monarch, but instead be one chosen by a process in a representative democracy which affirms Jamaica's sovereignty. We all agreed with that. We all agreed with that. However, This transition will be achieved by 1. Removal of the British monarch as the head of the state. 2. Removal of the British monarch from the legislative and executive authority of the state. And 3. Establishment of a new head of state for the Republic of Jamaica in the office of the president, with the president as the head of state performing ceremonial functions and exercising certain executive powers which do not involve the administration of the government. Let us move on. 4.3.1, method of appointment. The president. The selection of the president is to be done through a 2-stage process of nomination and confirmation. 1, nomination by the Prime Minister. This is something that, you know, I am going to ask the panel, because subjectively me is not in an agreement with this. After consultation with the leader of, after consultation with the leader of the opposition with a view to arriving at a consensus, yes. I think I spoke a little earlier. Nomination by the Prime Minister after consultation with the leader of the opposition with a view to arriving at a consensus. And confirmation by the Parliament in a joint sitting of both houses and a vote of 2/3 majority of each house voting separately by secret ballot. 3, in the absence of consensus between the Prime Minister and the leader of the opposition, each is empowered to make a separate nomination to be confirmed by the houses of the Parliament sitting jointly, and a vote of an obsolete majority of each house voting separately by secret ballot. 4.3.2 required qualifications. The holder of the office of the president must, 1, be a Jamaican citizen by birth or descent. Okay, we agree with that. 2, be ordinarily resident in Jamaica and be permanently in Jamaica for at least 10 of the last 15 years preceding nomination. 3, not be under a duty of allegiance to a foreign state or foreign power by his or her own act and not another person's. And, right, 4, not be disqualified for election to the Parliament. 4.3.3, functions and powers. The powers now exercised by the Governor General by virtue of the constitutional relationship with the monarch, statutory provisions, and by general custom are to be exercised by the President of the Republic of Jamaica under the reformed Constitution. 4.3.4, tenure of office, 7 years, renewable for a second term of up to 5 years. We're going to have to discuss on that 7-year situation. Now, this is interesting, people, right? Immunity from suit or prosecution in respect of 1, the performance of the functions of the office of the president or any act done by the president in respect of the functions of the office, and 2, any act not involving treason, fraud, violence committed during the term of office. Let us take that away before we go to other documents, and let us go to the panel, right, for the panel to break down this. Yes, Kamala. Yes, Kamala.
All right, thanks.
Thank you for the correction. Yes, Kamala.
All right.
What have you taken away from this as it relates to, you know, your disagreement with the document?
So first of all, I'm very concerned that a ceremonial president has been foisted on us, and we've had no choice in the matter. You know, at the very beginning of this, the whole conversation was whether we should have a ceremonial president or an executive president. A ceremonial president being one selected by the Prime Minister in consultation with the leader of the opposition versus one who is elected by the electorate, you know. Now, personally, I would have preferred to have an executive president who we as the people would have elected in the same manner that we elect our representatives. Firstly, we don't really want the president of the country to be an extension of the government. We want somebody that is wholly and totally independent in terms of thinking and in terms of action, because we have to consider that even if, in the case of a ceremonial president, it would be very hard pressed to have somebody who is not affiliated with the governing party, seeing that the prime minister chooses after consultation with the government, and in the case that with the opposition leader, and in the case of no consensus, then it goes to secret ballot. And if the government has more parliamentarians, and as you will find out later in the discussion, more senators, then clearly the choice will be that of the prime minister. So the person selected, therefore, would more than likely be an extension of the government, right? Okay. Just another pencil pusher for the government. But further than that, what I am not sure of, because it is saying basically that the person would have the same functions as the current Governor General. You see, I find this very strange, because when Mia Mottley of Barbados decided to go Republic, and the pressure was on Andrew Holness to follow suit, his excuse at that time was becoming a republic shouldn't be empty symbolism. But the manner in which he's going now basically is exactly that, empty symbolism, because he's simply replacing the head of state and changing nothing else, you know. So that is another concern of mine. If we're going to exercise in constitutional reform, in the practice of constitutional reform, we should reform the Constitution properly. It shouldn't just be piecemeal, or as he said, empty symbolism, because that's what it appears to be, in my opinion, right now.
Okay. All right. Kamala, let me play the devil's advocate in terms of poking some questions in terms of what you are saying. Because what you're saying is that as it relates to ceremonial president and executive president, your preference is to an executive president, right, for it to go to the electorate, right? But let me play the devil's advocate. What if the situation that exists, right, exists for the purpose to say, okay, all right, we don't want the budgetary constraint that we are going to deal with, you know, a general election, and we have to budget it for that. And then we are going to have to deal with, you know, dealing with, you know,
election for the
election and budgetary expense for that. So I am playing the devil's advocate. How do you see that?
Well, you can simply have the election at the same time as the general election or the local government election. It can be tied into either one, you know, because personally, I believe that Jamaica should have been at a state now. What I would have loved to see in the changes to the constitution was that we directly elect our prime minister as well as our president.
Yes.
You know, instead of relying on the majority, the parliamentary majority. But I personally believe that it could be done at the same time, just as how Portmore elects a mayor at the local government level. We can elect, the entire country can elect a president on the same ballot that we elect our MP. It is not complicated. Yeah.
Very good. Very good, Kamala. And so then, let me voice my subjective opinion. I do agree with you as it relates to going to an executive president. And as we said, because we played the devil's the devil's advocate in asking that question, and of course we can have both of them, right, running parallel, right, merging together, right, which makes sense, right, for us. And you know, having the people involved in the choice of choosing the president. So I am going with Kamala on this. Ratty, Kamala answer as it relates to the ceremonial and executive president. I want to ask you as it relates to, you have situation where we talk about the president immunity, right? As it relates to, I don't know if you want me to take you back to the document for you to refresh, right? So let me just bring up the document in terms of the questions that I want to pose at you. Bring up the document. Let me read that. Interestingly, right, we are going to troubleshoot that. Right. Here it is, Ratty, 4.3.5. Immunity from suit or prosecution in respect of 1, the performance of the functions of the office of president or any act done by the president in respect of the functions of the office, and any act not involving treason, fraud, or violence committed during the term of office. Take that away for now, honey. So, Ratty, I want to pick up where Kamala left off. Do you agree with Kamala's position as it relates to executive president? What say you on that? And I want you to answer that question as well.
No, I agree with her. By the way, I just want you to know, I'm one of our biggest fans. You know?
All right.
And I am one of your biggest fans. So you see,
I'm a big up fan of yours, though.
Yes, all of us are fun. Come on, fans, so you don't know.
Thank you so much.
All right.
No, but I agree with her that
exactly.
I just dislike the idea of the prime minister nominating and in consultation with the leader of the opposition, and if there's no consensus, then they have to, each person has to supply the name of a person, and then it goes before the. No, if you're going to have an executive president, the people should be involved, and there is no other way around it. And the idea that you can grant, it seems to me like blanket immunity to the president. I have a problem with that because there is a certain person in Jamaica right now who has this kind of immunity, and he's called the Governor General. You can't sue him in any court in Jamaica. And look at what he did with proclaiming states of emergency, that the taxpayers are now paying victims of states of emergency who they picked up and detained unlawfully for an inordinate period of time. Gross violation of human rights. So I just don't like that. The thing having to do with functions of the office. No, I think that they should carve out some kind of an exception for that, to say no, if he's going above and beyond what his duties require, then he should suffer some consequences as well. You can't have him just sit there comfortably knowing that he can do anything, and except for treason and some other crime, then there are murder, then there's nothing that can. No. And then also, I must mention this. It says that in the qualification, it says that person to become president must satisfy certain provisions, blah, 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 blah. One of them is, it says you must be a citizen by descent or birth. What about a citizen by marriage? Because guess what? The Constitution says, and I'm looking at it right here, it says you can't discriminate against anyone on the ground of on the ground of being male or female, race, place of origin, social class, color, religion, or political opinions. You're going to have a problem if somebody who is married to a Jamaican and the person lives in Jamaica and the person says, look, I'm as much a Jamaican as anyone else here. And then you say, no, but you're not a Jamaican by descent, or you're not a Jamaican by birth. And in fact, that person may have more claims to being Jamaican than somebody who's Jamaican by descent, because descent suggests that is your mother or your grandmother, somebody outside the country. And like the reggae boys, for example, you know, right? So you're telling me then that they have more rights to being Jamaican. And see, that's where we run into this problem with this visa, this citizenship thing, and who has more. And we heard some really silly politician talking about her family she feels she have more right to being Jamaican than Margot. It's absolute rubbish.
Rubbish.
This one, I'm telling you right now, if this passes, they're gonna sue. They're going to sue because what you're doing, you're discriminating. You have 3 classes of citizenship in Jamaica, or three avenues to acquire citizenship:
Exactly.
birth, descent, and marriage. A marriage, yeah, marriage naturalization, right?
Yeah.
Although the idiots them over PICA and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, them flyer them say, show up for the conference next month and you can get your decent citizenship. Don't forget to put the S in it. Yeah. So you can't find it anywhere, but we have it. We have the flyer that them sent out. Them take it down. You can't find it anywhere, but we have it. The citizenship by decent. So somebody was saying because we're the dirty 30, we're indecent. So that's why we have to come to Jamaica to get a decent citizenship.
To get a decent citizenship.
All right.
Yeah. So that's where I have my issues. And by the way, the Governor General, and I've had this discussion with a lot of people. The idea that you're going to give the president the same powers as the Governor General, people don't realize how powerful this person is. He has not exercised the power, but the power is there. I mean, I did a program called "Who's the Real Bro God?" and we went through the Constitution, and we showed that the real bro God in Jamaica is the Governor General. Yes. I mean, when you talk about this man he's the only person by law who doesn't pay taxes by name or by title. In the tax law, in the tax code, it says the Governor General, no income taxes. So the $30-something million that he's being paid, straight in his pocket.
Ultimate powers.
Yeah, and then also he's the one, and Herb can speak to this because Herb wrote to the Prime Minister asking him to recommend to the Governor General to initiate a tribunal to look into the activities of the DPP and have her removed. He's the only one who can remove the DPP now. The Governor General. Yeah, he's the only one who can do that. And he's the only one who can proclaim a state of emergency. Way too much power. Way too much power.
Halt, I'm a minute there. Kamala, I know that you struck for time. So if you have to go, you understand we can
I will let you know. Yeah, man. I will be ready at around 7:15.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
All right. Go ahead, man. Sorry.
Yeah, so that's like I said, I'm glad they didn't sign it because this would be devastating. And the way it was done also, it was just rushed through. And then when you look at the town hall meetings, go back and look at them, and you see that some of these people on the panel, on the committee, they had no idea what they were doing. They had no idea what they were doing. I mean, I saw one where they asked the minister about the powers of the president. And she said, that's a good question. That's a very good question. And she still couldn't answer me. It was shameful. So I'll leave it at that.
Okay. All right. Brother Herb, you have heard what being said here. I don't know if you want me to bring up the document again and for you to
No.
So your take on it, Sir Herb?
My take on it is that these people are doing some linear thinking where they cannot stray too far from the original document. They hate to do that, and it's showing, right?
Yes.
Just like the question that was asked about what are the duties of the new president, how is he going to be selected? And they couldn't answer it because they decided that they were not going to stray from the original. Mm-hmm. They're just going to, do a crossover. Exactly. But let me say this. And there are 17 countries that give citizenship by marriage in the world. I'm looking at the article published on February 27, 2024, right? And so if you only have 17 countries that will do that, and Jamaica happens to be one, if I'm a taskmaster, a spy master, and I want to infiltrate a country and I want to impact, the Chinese, we know, send their citizens to the United States to stay with an aunt or an uncle. And they send them as young as 4 years old. and they can tell that they're going to be very good in school. So what happens with that citizen is they grow up and they win scholarships. They win scholarships not to Harvard, not to Yale, but they win it to Caltech or to MIT, right? And if they are, if they've been in the country a long time and they have any kind of citizenship that they acquired, you can't really stop them. But if their objective is to go out in our technology arena, reverse acquire the software. This was done in Ohio with a certain company where they acquired the software, took it back to China, and reverse engineered everything. And all of the customers of that particular technology switched over to the Chinese, because here it was the Chinese at a lower labor rate could produce the same things because their people, and they could do it in a record time. They didn't have to wait a long time. So you have certain complications that arise when you hand citizenship to somebody. That's number one. Worse yet, when you hand citizenship to them and you turn around and you want them to be the person in charge because they're super sharp, right? I'm not sure if I would put Elon Musk in charge of Jamaica with his ego and with his other proclivities. You cannot tell what direction you're going to be going in from 1 month to the next. And so I see a danger, just like the other countries do, of giving citizenships away, one, and two, making the person who just became a citizen after 5 years or 10 years for that matter. At one time, I could not hold a top secret SCI clearance, which is one of the higher clearances in the U.S. intelligence community, unless I'd been in the U.S. for 10 years. And then they got rid of that. And still, it's hard for some of these security managers to get it out of their heads that I am not Jamaican, that I am, in fact, a U.S. citizen. Because then they know you're going to have cousins, aunts, or uncles, and they want you to list all of them. So people would sit there and fill out 100 or 150, 200 names and give all that information. To what end, right? So the bottom line is they're being very cautious in not allowing citizens by marriage to become president or prime minister, or it's possible they can become a senator, like we see with, or they can become a senior advisor, like Kissinger was. And you have had other foreign-born people become senators and.
But the problem, Herb, with that is that while you explain why it shouldn't happen, you also explain why it should, because you could have a naturalized citizen. A naturalized citizen, of course, in the U.S. cannot become president, must be a natural born. But you can have a naturalized citizen being a senator, being a congressperson, being an advisor, and still having access to SCI top secret clearance. And you're absolutely correct about the SCI top secret clearance, because and I think there's an element of racism attached to it, and I say it because of this. The things that you and I went through with that SCI top secret clearance, I know a lot of people of other persuasion who did not go through the same things we went through, even though, if you look at their lineage, there are a lot of people outside the country, and even when I was going to South Africa, they gave me a difficult time. I had to go through agency checks, State Department, and then there are people who come from the country that they've been reassigned to, and because they look different than me, no problem. So there's an element of racism involved in that.
Yeah, but and I remember at one point you could not sign a German who had become a U.S. naturalized citizen back to Germany, because they would be targeted by the East German secret police.
I hope people understand now. I hope people understand that
Yes.
the current U.S. ambassador to Jamaica, the position he's in, I hope they understand that.
Yep, that's a good point, because I'm sure there's a lot of people that keep an eye on him. And he feels it. He knows it.
Who is that?
The Jamaican ambassador.
The
U.S.
ambassador to Jamaica.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So we do go through this scrutiny like nobody else will. And but like I say, if it's only 17 countries out of 190, how much? 92 UN countries that actually allow citizenship by marriage, right?
Okay.
So they tend to keep people on the outside of the fence.
Yes. And so then, based on what Rattigan said earlier, that there are some essence of discrimination as it relates to that, right?
Yeah.
And so then that needs to be
My time now.
Yeah,
okay, all right.
All right. See you later.
All right.
Send the link.
In a bit. All right. Take care.
Have the link, Herb.
All
You have the
right.
link, right, Herb?
Well, we do it by phone because
I
remember
don't
my live is TikTok, so we do it by phone. I'll call you.
Oh, okay.
Give you a call. All right.
Good.
Okay. Take care. Bye.
Take care, Kamala.
All right.
Blessings. So people, once again, make sure you support Kamala. So we all agree that we would prefer an executive president, right? Where, of course, the electorate involved in that. And we want for, right, all the people who are tuning in, right, as it relates to the sort of president that we want to elect, not a ceremonial president, right, that the prime minister is going to elect. We prefer to have an executive president, you understand, where the people have the choice to elect their president, right? Now, let us move on to document number 2, Tara. Send the link to Tara.
Are you leaving this document now?
Yes. So
okay, because the one that I was gonna hit on was tenure of office.
Okay.
4.3.4.
Yes.
Okay,
they want to put this guy in for 7 years. And if he's breaking the law in the first year or the second year, you're stuck with him.
Exactly.
For 7 years.
Exactly.
Renewable for a second term up to 5 years. And we see how they are with the DPP. They don't want her out today. So maybe they running a check on, the fact that when they hold the majority seats in the fashion that they have, that they're gonna abuse the system.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And based on what I see structured here, right, is actually preparation as it relates to this government, and I'm going to say it clear, right, seems to want to get away, not be accountable for all the wrong that they have done.
Absolutely.
Based on what we are seeing. When we get further into other documents, we are going to see that reveal. All right. Now,
one sec. Mr. Rattigan, Karen is asking you to just expand on what you were saying about the U.S. ambassador so they can understand.
All right. Herb, you want to take it, or you want to take it, Herb, and I'll follow up?
I can do it. Listen. What's embarrassing to the U.S. is when a citizen of a country has the knowledge of what the U.S. is doing, has done, or plans to do to that country. And if that citizen believes that it is an undermining effect to their former home country, then they're expected to remain silent and not even raise it as a point. You have limited abilities to challenge certain things. Now, I come out and I can criticize what happened in the case of Mr. Siaga and Mr. Siaga's treason, where he freely accepted weaponry from the agency and he allowed those weapons to kill innocent young people before everything got into full swing after that. Now, how did I know this? I knew it because of the position I held. However, I could not say anything, and I could now base what I have to say on all the releases. All the agency people before me disclosed it, which was several of them that disclosed it, right? Because they had become disenchanted with the agency and they went ahead and did it. Also, from the releases that the agency did itself. So the agency is saying, oh, we're not that way anymore. But, you know, there are other countries that suffer the same fate that they have not released stuff on yet. So you are in a unique position to where you can react to certain things, but you cannot react fully. And so they have their doubts about you before they stick you into a certain position. I was very surprised when the head of the Senate pushed for him to take this position. And knowing that even his brother being a police officer, he must have kept up with these things that were happening or had happened in Jamaica, right? When he was there and after he left. And so he's in a unique position now to help Jamaica, to probably get reparations from the US, but he's not going to do it. If he does it, then he's not acting in the interest of the United States. And this is what they expect you to do, act in the interest of the US. They don't want you revealing anything either to the home country, because that in itself, you're now bridling the treason question, right? If you reveal too much. Now, some ambassadors come overseas to do business, just like Trump's ambassador. He wants to do telecom business, and he's doing it with Mr. Voss, right? Or ambassadors in other countries. They're doing business in those countries. They're enhancing their own wealth, and they were big contributors to the president, so they get the position. This guy wasn't a big contributor to the president, I can assure you. But he is close to the head of the Senate. So there are certain ways that you get into these jobs, and it has nothing to do with your skill set. You don't have to speak the language. But thank God Jamaica speaks English, and the English-speaking folks can now vie for the positions overseas, especially if they have an industry that they know will do well in Jamaica and they can invest in Jamaica. I know Mr. Radigan may have some additional stuff.
Let me just add to what Herb said. The leader of the Senate and the Jamaica and the U.S. ambassador to Jamaica, who's Jamaican, they established a relationship based on Albany. I think they were in Albany at one point.
Albany, New York, yeah.
Yeah, they were in Albany. Yeah, because in fact he represents where I used to live in Brooklyn. Now, here is the thing, people, about an ambassador. An ambassador is the president's representative in a foreign country. And you have ambassadors in America, like ambassador to United Nations. We're not talking about those. We're talking about those who are assigned overseas. And here's the thing. They all have SCI clearance. What does that mean? It means that they get to see, thank you. They get to see all of the secrets of that country. Now, can you imagine you have a Jamaican who's sitting at representing the US, and he's getting to see everything that the agencies are collecting on the Jamaican government, and he's sitting there. And they know this. They know he's Jamaican. They know all about his connections. They know more about him than he knows about himself, because he was completely looked at before he got that job. And you can just imagine that unless he's an idiot, he has to realize that every move he makes, he's scrutinized, because there is some information that are so sensitive in any country that you really don't want anyone to know about. And then you add on top of that somebody who was born in that country, with relatives still living in that country, with associates still living in that country, who's socializing with these folks. You have to be, you have to be extremely careful and mindful about what some of the things that this person has seen. Now, I can tell you some of the things that I've seen happen overseas. I've seen, they have a whole bunch of cocktail parties and people drink and tongues get loose and people start talking. And I've seen cases where the agency that Herb just mentioned, they're in the collection business. And this is a fact. I saw it, where they just said, we're not going to show the ambassador all of this stuff because he talks too much. Because what happens is that, and the Jamaicans, let me just explain this to you. If you think that the collection agencies are just some white people and you can see them a mile off, you're completely mistaken. You are completely mistaken. They're right next to some of these people. And when I say they're right next to some of these people, what it means. Herb knows what it means. It's called source. It's called sources. They're right next to them, and sometimes they have 2 and 3 so that they can verify the information. So A would give them information, and then they task B to find out if the information is correct. Then they have C to look at what B provided, if it's correct. So sometimes they double verify, quadruple verify the information. So that gentleman right there, he has to be extremely careful. Every word he says, I guarantee you it's been captured somewhere. Every word, every person he meets with. Oh, and by the way, he has to talk about all the folks that he's Herb said it, said that you have to fill out all of these forms, when you meet foreign nationals. And for him, all Jamaicans are foreign nationals because he's representing the US government. So all Jamaicans are foreign nationals, and he's going to have to do a lot of reporting on all of these people that he's meeting. I mean, I've been through the ringer with this, and I'm telling you, it's not fun because they have a security officer who's on top of you, making sure that everything, all the T's are crossed, all the I's are dotted. So, in a nutshell, because I don't want to go beyond that and start spill a whole bunch of beans, but because we're still on the what do you call it? Non-disclosure, right? When they out-briefed you on a non-disclosure, but I don't want to go beyond that, except to say that he has to be very careful, more so than the one before him.
All right. Thank you for the wealth of knowledge there. And I want for people to tune in and try to understand what you are saying here, right? And just be keen in terms of listening and process this information. Beyond the echo, want to say a big welcome to you on the program, Tara, right? And please, for people beyond the echo, she has written a book. Tara, where's that book? Please show someone who want to
all right, give me a second. I am here fighting with my knees.
Okay. All right. So
before you go further, thank you, Larlin, for that super chat. Really appreciate it.
All right. So what we are going to engage in is the peruse of 8 of 12 of the Constitution reform document. And for people, all right, let me yes, so beyond the echo, that's Tara, give us a brief detail of the thing now. We have
All right.
745 people in the chat here.
All right. Blessings and love, beautiful people. How are you guys doing? For those of you on the panel, blessed night. Love and blessings all. No. Keep her that way. So this is the book that Mystic. Thank you very much for the plug. And it's called Trapped in Freedom. I don't know if you can see it properly. That's what it's called, Trapped in Freedom by yours truly, Tara Smith Jarrett. Right? It's available on Amazon. You cannot miss it. There's my lovely face. If you miss it and you search, you will see it. So if you search by my name, you will see it come up. If you search by the title, you will see it come up as well. And it's a book that speaks about a taboo subject, an issue that we're having. So it's about a 14-year-old who have experienced, can I say the word? SA, abuse. But you know, we start from being a victim and we turn to a victim because we are not going to stay in victim mode. You understand me? And it touches on all different facets that will help you as an individual who have faced it to really recover, to stand tall, to find that re-energize button and just to make yourself a worthwhile present in the community. So guess what? It makes a wonderful read, not because I wrote it, but because it is true. So grab yourself a copy. If you don't like to read, give it to the wife, give it to the friend, the sister, the aunt, whoever it is. Trapped in Freedom by yours truly, Tara Smith Jarrett. It's available on Amazon, or if you message me, if you want a signed copy, we can make arrangement for payment and delivery. If you're in Jamaica, I have some copies in Jamaica as well. They are not yet in the bookstores in Jamaica. I'm trying and I'm not getting anywhere yet with that, but we're still going to try. But if you're in Jamaica and you want a copy, I have some down there too that you can get. So message me if you feel.
All right, so let us thank you for that, Tara. Let us move back into the people's business, Jamaican business. All right, we are breaking down the constitution reform as it relates to the so-called first phase of the constitution. I don't know why this government is doing it in phases, right? And I think that's something really cynical with that. They are utilizing doing it in phases. We know as it relates to this government, you know, being deceitful. I am saying it out loud, clear and plain and trickify, and we don't trust, right, this government to even involve in, right, you know, drafting our constitution. We are saying it loud and clear. And so far, what we prefer, not a ceremonial president. I want the people to echo it, hear it, right, and pull behind the mission of what we are doing, right, and the drive in terms of what we are saying. We are driving for what we call an executive president, the one that will elect by the people. And so then the general consensus meet out with the people. And I do believe in that and endorsing that. So ladies and gentlemen, right, let us move to the other snippet of the constitutional reform document, page 8 of 12. Page 8 of 12. Stand by, let us pull that up for you. And again, we will also break this one down. All right. So let me see. Okay, page 8 of 12. Okay, that was, oh, we finished 8 of 12, right?
So you reached page 9 then. You did immunity.
So we didn't do 7 of 12?
Yeah, you did.
We didn't do 7 of 12?
You did 7. That's the
okay, first one. And
yes,
8 of 12.
You're at 9.
9 of 12. Okay, 8 of 12. All right. Let us do this. The president during transitional period, a transitional president be appointed by the prime minister after consultation with the leader of the opposition. We have already said, no, we are not going to agree with that. We prefer what we call an executive president. From among the custodes are from among the President's Council, the former Jamaican Privy Council. The system of government, retention of the parliamentary cabinet system. 4.5, citizenship criterion for membership in parliament. Eligibility for membership to the parliament is to be Jamaican citizenship and exclude Commonwealth citizenship. No, sir. Look here. This look like me. I will come on for my proper tuning right now. What is that, sir?
Read that again, Mystic. Please read that again.
4.5, citizenship criterion for membership in parliament. Eligibility for membership to the parliament is to be Jamaican citizenship and exclude Commonwealth citizenship. Oh, what this year? No, sir. All right, but we just leave it for later, no? Because we are going to break down this. What a piece of water and it's this. References to Commonwealth citizens are to be removed from the reform constitution and be provided for in ordinary legislation. Okay. Disqualification from parliament to be expanded to include conviction for offense of treason and conviction for any offense involving fraud or violence where the person has been sentenced to a term of imprisonment for a period of 18 months or more. 4.7, impeachment process not to be in. Oh, what? Hey, how are we really going to say? No, sir. So Andrew Holness is automatically going down the road of dictatorship. And as I said, people, this constitution that's being drafted here clearly is now saying to us, all Jamaican, I want everyone to see it, that the level of corruption, the SSL, right, the illegal awarding of contracts, the misappropriation, right, the $1.7 trillion that missing from the treasury. And what the 4.7 impeachment process not to be included in the reform constitution for reasons set out at paragraph 6.3.2 of the report. Fixed general election dates not to be included in the reform constitution. How what do this now, people? This is full dictatorship. All this time, I have been speaking on my channel, saying that Andrew Holness is a dictator. People, here it is, that Andrew Holness is now taking on the role of dictatorship. This, we cannot allow this. Under no circumstances this can be allowed. 4.9, extension of the life of Parliament to be expanded beyond when Jamaica is at war, to include disaster created by or as a result of the occurrences of any earthquake, hurricane, flood, fire, outbreak of pestilence, infectious diseases, or other calamity, whether similar to the foregoing or not. Such an extension should be limited to periods not exceeding 6 months at a time for a maximum of 2 years. Composition of the Senate increased from its present membership of 21 to 27, appointed by the president as follows. Now we can stop this and break it down. Honey, let us go to the panel. Let us go to the panel.
Before you go any further, Sam is asking that you explain the difference between executive president and ceremonial president.
Okay.
Understand.
All right. So in brief, Sam, when we talk about a ceremonial president, that process is going to selection of process is going to be done by the prime minister, right? Making that selection. And you know what? Let us go back to the document and bring about that document. Where did we get that from? 8 of 12. And also the difference between that, the executive president is one that is going to be elected by the people. All right, so what? Yes, while she's searching it, the ceremonial president simply selected by the prime minister, right? We are not going for that, right? We are the prime minister selecting the president. We prefer the executive president. Simply means that president has to be selected by the electorate.
I just want to understand the difference between the two.
Right, so that's the difference between, right? Okay, so let us go back to the panel since we explained that, since we can all right. So let us take what we just observed there, right? Let me begin with Tara, right? As it relates to, you are seeing there no impeachment clause in the Constitution, Tara. Right? What do you say on that?
We can't say we are surprised. We cannot say that we are surprised at what we are reading. You understand me? I just know all these bank robbers that were caught. They should have called Andrew. So Andrew could be the escape man for them. This man has no scruples when it comes to certain things. This man has nothing about him. And of course, you always talk about him being a dictator. We see it coming out. We see those traits coming out more and more. We see reason for us to think that he is that. All the things that he knows that he would have to answer to if certain things happen. They are tripping over themselves trying to pass reform bill so that they won't be held accountable when that time comes. It is clear and it is evident. And as I always say, it's not that we have not seen corruption before. It's not that we are not used to politicians being corrupted, but it's the first that I am aware of that it is done so blatantly, and the oftency in which it occurs, you know, it is even more damning than anything else. And if anybody thinks that one is better than the other, it's a perfect duo, husband and wife. But I saw somebody in the comments say they're interested to know when the silver bangle is going to go on him. I would want to see that they or anybody else who is liable for that to happen to them. We want to see that, because this man does not care. This man does not care about the nation. This man does not care about the people. All I see this man doing is planning escape routes left, right, and center.
Perfectly right. Herb, let me take it to you with this as it relates to what we have just read. What say you on the subject matter?
Now, I have to fully agree with, is Tara, right?
Yes.
I have to fully agree with her, because what he's done with everything that they're doing in office, everything he said previously he would do within 100 days, he's now reversing himself in writing. And that's why they believe they have enough people to influence the process. And you have to depend on maybe having some criminals on the other side that would complete the process. But I hope that decent people on both sides hold firm and don't sign on to this garbage, because we need to have a process that is punitive in nature when people do wrong. We don't need an executive president who is immune from prosecution. And we don't need any slipstreams written into the Constitution that will ensure members of parliament escape judgment based on some loophole in the Constitution.
Yes.
So we have to be transparent, and we have to have full accountability. And I don't see full accountability here. I see them trying to put a loophole that they can slip through and get out of things. when it's time.
But
And you don't want to suffer through a boring and a corrupt prime minister anymore. You want to have the means that when he refuses to file what he needs to file, that they will remove him promptly. And just like St. Kitts is doing, put them on trial, put them out to pasture. You're in the wrong place, wrong profession. And so we need to adapt the same principles as St. Kitts, because these people are not doing Jamaica any good.
Yeah.
They're going to milk Jamaica dry. And when they finish, there's nothing left for anybody to recover. That's my take.
This is quite really serious and messy for the Jamaican people, right?
Yeah.
That we are now preparing, right, a constitution, right, as a get-out card out of prison, right? Because basically that's what it is,
Yeah.
right? That they are putting in these laws, right, to ensure that they are, you know, they have not been they're not going to be held accountable, right? This is vicious to the Jamaican people. So then Andrew Holness is crafting his way, right? Which is now showing us, based on what we have read, that definitely, right, is so guilty of corruption.
1 second before you go any further. Lady Bug is saying the Prime Minister is still going through with this president thing, although the opposition didn't sign it. Please do, because this document sounds like communism. So she wants to know if he can still push it through, although Mark Golden didn't sign on to it.
No, based on the constitutional law, law that we have, right, he has to get consensus from the opposition. So we don't care whether they want to push it to through cabinet. From once the opposition, right, is not in an agreement, right, then it cannot be effective. And if they try to do anything else, it simply is it will be going to the court, and the court is obviously going to stop it. All right. Before we proceed any further, your take on it, Ratigan. What is your take on it?
I think 4.5 they mentioned saying that one of the requirements to be a member of parliament is that you have to be a Jamaican citizenship and exclude Commonwealth citizens.
Yes.
How do they define citizenship? Do they define, when they say you have to be a Jamaican citizen, does it mean that you have to live in Jamaica, or can it be a diaspora member? I'm not sure. I didn't see a definition for that. How do they define Jamaican citizen?
And that's pretty much confusing, because based on what I'm seeing there, it seems like they are totally excluding the diaspora.
Well,
in terms of my understanding,
didn't they say born in or derived citizenship was the
let us bring up back the document. Because we want people to have full.
I think that was for the president, though. Yeah, that's for the president. Yeah.
Oh, that's okay.
Yeah.
Okay, yes, right. Yes.
But then if you go down, you see the one for parliament.
Yeah.
It's at 4.5.
4.5. Here it is.
There it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let us 4.5 citizenship criterion for membership in parliament. This is what I'm talking about, right? Eligibility for membership to the parliament is to be Jamaican citizenship and exclude Commonwealth citizenship, right? References to Commonwealth citizens are to be removed from the reformed constitution and be provided for in ordinary legislation. So take that away.
In addition to that, it would appear as if they said somewhere earlier that they would consider
ordinary
the citizens of the Caribbean for inclusion. Isn't that what they were saying, Ratty? That somewhere
No,
else.
they were saying, yeah, but you see what happened for the presidency. They said that you must be a citizen of Jamaica by descent or birth. But
Right.
to be a member of parliament, it just says you must be a Jamaican, right? Jamaican,
Yes.
but it doesn't. Remember, now there are 3 ways you can become a Jamaican citizen: birth, descent, or marriage, and they don't distinguish that for admission to parliament. They don't distinguish that. For the presidency, they've distinguished it. But you know, Byron, I want to touch on something that Herb mentioned, and he said it's a very important point. He said a lot of the things that were promised in the first 100 days, we see them kind of creeping back into this thing right now. Like, for example, the fixed general election dates. Can you just go back to that for me, please? I forgot what section it is. I think it's after 4.5.
After 4.5, okay.
Fixed general election date. Yeah.
All right. There's one right. Yeah. Not to be included in the reform. See? No. 4.8. Now remember, and we have it on tape. Everybody has seen it, where he said within the first 100 days, we will submit legislation for fixed general election dates. And now you listen, we're not going to include it in the Constitution. I mean, you would want that to be enshrined in the Constitution to say on this date, you know, at this time, there will be a general election. That way you take all the guesswork out of it, you take all the politics out of it, because everybody knows that at a certain point in time, there will be an election. So they move that. Then the impeachment, not to be included, and they give the reason 6.3.2. But he promised that in the 100-day thing. He promised that they're going to be impeachment so that you can remove people who are accused and found guilty, you know, of transgressions. But it's right there. And then this part, 4.6, where it says you can be disqualified from parliament upon conviction for any offense involving fraud or violence where the person has been sentenced to a term of imprisonment for a period of 18 months. I don't agree with that either, because you know what's going to happen.
Yes.
You know what's going to happen.
Exactly.
They'll get sentenced to 15 months. They get sentenced to a year when they should actually get 5 years. You know, the judge was, I'm going to sentence you to, you know, or sentence you to probation or something like that.
Yes.
They're not disqualified. They can still. This document is completely. I'm not. I don't hate to say it. It's flawed. It's flawed. I'm gonna ram it down our throats and think that, well, then we're just gonna just roll over and say, fine, no problem. You can sign and let's move on. But I'm telling you, this Jamaican diaspora here, as well as a lot of Jamaicans in Jamaica, our eyes are wide open. We understand every move that they're making. It's exactly. It's not 50 years that it's not 30 years or 40 years where they could just say something and people say, yeah, if the government say it, then it must be right. These days we're challenging everything, and they've given us reason to challenge them because they've showed that they're dishonest and they're untrustworthy.
My goodness, this is in front of our eyes, and we just want the Jamaican people to see. Let us just expand it again, right, so that people can just look at this. This is crazy, right? Let us put it up big again, right, and show people what Andrew Wallace is doing. Right? This is crazy. Impeachment process not to be included in the reform constitution for reasons set out at paragraph 6.3.2 of the report. You have to visit 6.3.2. 4.8 fix general election dates not to be included in the reform constitution. This is extremely serious.
I suspect in the negotiation that we'll get an agreement on that.
Serious. Uriel, turn off your mic. Okay, all right. Yes, right. This is serious. This is serious. Let us go to page 11 of 12. Here and try to break it down again for the people. 15 members on the recommendation of the Prime Minister, right? 9 members on the recommendation of the leader of the opposition, and 3 members in the president's discretion from among outstanding persons in the private sector, civil society, faith-based or community-based organizations, or the sectors of society as the president considers necessary, right? Let us speak about that, because we need what, a 2/3 majority, right, to pass, right, laws. And here, if we need a 2/3 majority to pass laws, based on what I'm seeing right here, 15 members, right, on the recommendation of the Prime Minister. That's 15, right? 9 members on the recommendation of the leader of the opposition, right? And 3 members in the president discretion from among outstanding persons in the private sector, right? Now, I mean, the Prime Minister alone having 15 here, right? And another 3, right? That would be what, 18, right? There, because 3 members in the president's discretion from among outstanding persons in the private sector, because it is the Prime Minister who would have selected the president. Of course, the president is going to favor him, right, in terms of that. So by these settings, right, yeah, automatically, you understand, that's 2/3. They don't really need the opposition. Let us go to the panel for this.
One, all right.
Oh, let me put it back. Hold on.
All right.
Just scroll up a little bit for me. Let me just say 4.11.
411.
Please, yeah.
Yeah. So that will be, what we have here will be 4.10 now. Up here.
He asked for 411.
That in. Okay, so 411, modification of the citizenship provisions, that in addition to the recommendation at paragraph 4.2.14. Privilege may be conferred or special provisions made for citizens of the Caribbean community by way of ordinary legislation, right? So let us deal with...
Just go to 4.2 then. Let me see what 4.2.14 says.
4.2.14?
Yeah.
Okay. 4.2.14.
4.2?
Yeah, keep going.
Up or down?
Down. Yeah.
Okay.
Keep going. Yeah.
Okay.
All right, you just pass it.
4.2.14.
You pass it.
Well, I'm on 4.3. Do we have a 4.2.14?
We have 4.2.5. Well, let's say
no, we don't.
4.2.4.
Did you mean 4.2.4?
I think it's a 4.2.14.
No, we don't have that. We have a 4.
Go back to it and let me see what it says. I think it's a 4.2.14.
Oh, you mean to the, okay. Let's see. Application 7 years. Page 11. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, 4.2.14. Okay, yes.
But there's no 4.2.14 unless we don't.
Down. That will be down.
No,
we don't have that. We don't have that.
It's not there.
They took it out.
They took it out.
And they took it out.
Yeah, we don't have that.
Okay.
We don't have that. But Ratty, let us break down this as it relates to what here as it relates to the Prime Minister, right? Recommendation for 15, right? You need a 2/3 majority to pass any laws. And 15 and 3 would be 18, right? And that being said, would have already given them their 2/3 majority. So why would they need the opposition?
That's true. That's a good point.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
No, this is because look, do the maths. 15 that is going to be recommended of the Prime Minister, right? And you have the opposition has 9 members on the recommendation of the leader of the opposition, and you have 3 members in the president's discretion from among outstanding persons in the private sector. And what we have to understand is the Prime Minister who is going to select the president. So the president is going to favor the Prime Minister. So then that 3 is going to go to the Prime Minister. This is crazy. So then if you check 15 and 3, that is 18 versus 9. And so then having the 18, they would have now reached their 2/3 majority to pass any to pass the laws.
They can never be opposed.
So they cannot be opposed. So I don't know for persons who sign off on this. They didn't see that, Ratty?
Yeah.
This is ridiculous.
It's like that would be 2/3. Yeah, you're right. That would give them a 2/3.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I think who's that guy from the St. Thomas George, the one that do the math? I think they've been using him to do the math.
Come on.
No, Herb. I know him alone. Remember the Prime Minister said that when the lady asked him, I think, a rate down, and just say, you need to raise the minimum wage. That was when they raised it from 8 to 13, and him saying him raise it 100%.
100%.
No, explain it again. Let the people see what we are saying, because I want them to really understand and follow.
They clearly will see we have an education problem in Jamaica.
All right, so
nobody can do math.
This is crazy. So here it is, people. Here it is, right? 15 members on the recommendation of the Prime Minister, right? For the opposition, 9 members on the recommendation of the leader of the opposition, right? Having 9, and 3 members in the president discretion from among outstanding persons in the private sector. So what we are going to do, people, it is the Prime Minister who would have selected the president. So obviously the president is going to favor him. And remember, right, if he's going to turn this Governor General into president, this Governor General, you understand, is already biased. So when we count 15 and 3, which is 18, right, they don't need opposition. They don't need opposition. So then let us, this is serious. This is serious. Let us go back to panel. Clara, what is your say on this situation here?
Thank you so much, John Brown, for that super chat. Sorry.
Boy, me over here saying I want bewilderment, because I am not mathematically inclined, But me know say it wrong till it can't wrong no more. The math not mathing according to what people would say. You understand me? And again, we go to the blatant way in which these people they have done things. And they're just snobs. And if people realize they're snubbing the diaspora, that's what they're doing. So when you talk about the citizenship and you talk about removing whatever when it comes to no name for that supposed to be included and all that, Andrew is rude. And his minions are worse.
This is crazy.
And yes, and I can only appeal to the Jamaican people. Open your eyes, and it's one way you can take care of this. We can't say it enough. The finger with the ink, because that's where we're still at. You know what you have to do, and you know it's not supposed to be the other way around. Whoever we put there supposed to work for us. Don't you ever forget that. You understand me? And if you are there, you are not seeing benefit, but you see one person filling his coffers, and you see his cronies growing, and you people are still in the same place. There is a problem. But I think we need world wide sensitization, because most people just have a myopic view of whatever it is they think that they want, and they come out and say two things, promise two things, and sprinkle little something here, sprinkle little something there, and then they are lost. They forget all the troubles and all the things that they are disgruntled about.
Yes, it's crazy. Ratty, you have anything to say on the issue?
There's somebody in the chat who I don't think they understand it. Could you explain? Could you put it up back and can I explain it to them?
Sure.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, somebody was saying that they're not quite sure.
Oh, I must have missed that comment.
It's Laverne Baker, so she's not getting the point.
Hold on. Okay. 1 second, Mr. Artigan.
Oh, one second.
Hold on, man.
Okay. So let us get back to 4.10. Composition of the Senate increased from its present membership of 21 to 27, appointed by the president as follows. So this is the composition of the Senate, right? Now of the Senate there, you're going to have 15 members on the recommendation of the Prime Minister, right? Now you're going to have 9 members on the recommendation of the leader of the opposition. You are going to have 3 members in the president's discretion from among outstanding persons in the private sector, civil society, faith-based or community-based organization, or other sectors of society as the president considered necessary. So what we are saying here, sister, is that for the president to have the ability to do the recommendation for 15 persons, choose 15 persons, right? The opposition only have 9, because remember, my sister, that it is the Prime Minister who would have, based on what we are seeing here in the draft, would have now selected the president, right? And so then what we are saying, that the president now would, favor, would be biased in that situation, particularly this governor general that they are planning to make him into the president. If this is so, then when we add 15 and 3, that would be 18, right? So then you need 2/3 majority to pass any law, right, as it relates to the Senate. And so then that 15 and 3, which is 18, they would have now reached 2/3. So they don't need the opposition 9. They don't need not even 1 from the opposition. And which, in terms of when we're talking about passing laws, right, we need a system of democracy, right? So this is what I'm saying. I hope she understands me. We are talking about, we don't see a system of democracy there. That is dictatorship to me, right? Because he would have now gotten the 2/3 majority based on his 9, right, that he's going to select. His what was it? 15. It's 15 that he's going to select, and the 3 that coming from the president. So that is a no-burner. That is totally a no-burner, right, where that is concerned, right? I hope I answer that question. So Ratty, you have anything to add on that?
No, I think hit the nail right on the head, because if the Prime Minister is going to nominate the president, obviously he's not going to nominate somebody he doesn't like.
Yes,
it's gonna be somebody that he knows, and somebody that he respects, and somebody that he likes, and maybe somebody that he can influence. So
yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So you know the die has been cast, as they would say. So when you're looking at the voting, you just have to assume at this point that the 3 would join the 15, and
Exactly.
there you have the 2/3, and it's over.
And so they don't need opposition. Right? We can't have something like this. We just definitely, Andrew Holness is just a crooked person. He's extremely crooked.
If he insists on that mistake, then they need to turn around and make the Senate positions all voting positions. Let the people of Jamaica vote for the Senate. Right? No shenanigans, because they can't afford to have the Senate, they're lawmakers, and they can't afford to have the worst of the private sector up there.
Yes.
Even if they don't do a background on these guys before they appoint them, you don't know who you're appointing. The people of Jamaica don't know who's being appointed.
Yeah. Exactly. No. So let us tell the people. Someone, Mike is okay. Let us tell the people who are with us today that what we prefer, right, is an executive president, right, one that will face the electorate, as opposed to wanting a ceremonial president where the prime minister wanted to choose that president. So Jamaican people locally and in the diaspora, we are vying for what we call an executive president. That is what we are vying for. Just let me take this call. Yeah, thank you, Uriel, for calling. You're on Mystic Sensation Live. Go ahead.
Byron, you know, when I realized that piece of paper, the word in the front of piece of paper should be bad.
Exactly.
This the word the paper went right, man. Because it's a waste of time. Waste of time. So if you expect people to write their signature for something like this, should they pass in the parliament for giving to Jamaican people?
Absolutely crazy, Uriel.
Why don't think so with the back in the 1950s?
My
when
God.
England that showed down garbage power.
Whoa.
The same thing we run from out of the original constitution. When the DPP and the Governor General have so much authority. And the same thing needs to come back with power with.
Well, I mean, as what Cyril Sue said, who would be in their right mind to sign off on something like this?
Turn on the device in the background.
Turn off the device in the background, Uriel. Yes. It's crazy. It's crazy.
Yeah,
this is crazy. Crazy as hell.
But go and continue this show. We just drop off one word.
All right. Thank you, Uriel. Thank you for your input. All right. So let us move on to the other stage of the document, and then we dissect it again. All right. Let us dive back in.
One sec.
So that was 10 of 12.
I've gone back to that. Okay. Yep, so that's where you're at.
Okay, so we finished with that. I think we explained that.
The Electoral Commission of Jamaica.
Okay. All right. So modification of citizenship provisions that, in addition to the recommendation of paragraph 4.2.14, privileges may be conferred or special provisions made for citizens for the Caribbean community by way of ordinary legislations. 4.12 the Electoral Commission of Jamaica is to be incorporated in the reform constitution and be granted the same level of entrenchment as the superior courts in respect of its electoral functions, while excluding the functions of the ombudsman. The office of the public defender is to be incorporated in the constitution with the basic function and appointment process as stated in the current act, and be afforded the same level of entrenchment as proposed for the Electoral Commission. Final appellate court. No consensus was reached on the issue of the final appellate court. As such, there is no recommendation for an amendment to the Constitution in that regard. What? No, this is crazy. This is extremely crazy. Final appellate court. People, this is crazy. Let us back up here again, people. We have a problem here, right here. So again, 4.14 is a problem. Final appellate court. No consensus was reached on the issue of the final appellate court. As such, there is no recommendation for an amendment to the Constitution in that regard. However, consensus could be built through a meeting between the leaders, failing which the issue could be placed on the referendum ballot. Well, I mean, but let me go to the panel with this. My thing, Ratty, right? For it to go through the extreme of to say then, all right, if there's no consensus, right, through a referendum, why Andrew Wilness don't see it prudent for consensus to put that in the draft right now? What is your take on it?
Please go back to 412 and 4. Sorry about that. 412 and 414. I think they're on the same page. All right. Go to, all right, stop that right there. 412, right? The Electoral Commission of Jamaica is to be incorporated in the Reform Constitution and be granted the same level of entrenchment as the Superior Court in respect of its electoral functions, while excluding the functions of the ombudsman. So they're going to split that because the ombudsman is with that. So they're going to split it. What I don't understand is why would you entrench the Electoral Commission in the Constitution, but you don't have no provision for fixed general election dates? Because that would come under it seems that would come under the ambit and the reach of the Electoral Commission if you have a fixed electoral date. So if you're going to put that in there, you might as well put fixed election dates in there as well.
Exactly.
Because they will run it. The 414. Could you scroll up a little bit for me, Anne-Marie? All right. Here's where I have a problem. Final, no consensus was reached, right? And it's bolded. So are they saying that, and it says, as such, there's no recommendation for an amendment to the Constitution in that regard. So are they saying that the other provisions we have looked at, that they reach consensus on those, but they couldn't reach consensus on this?
Well, by that wording, they would mean that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't think that's what they want to say, but that's what they actually wrote. They said no consensus was reached, and therefore they're not putting any recommendations for an amendment. But everything we've read so far, they're all recommendations. So what they're saying is that the opposition, we reach consensus on these, but that's not the case.
No.
That's not the case. So, but then, you know why I think that the 414 is there? Because they flip-flopped on it. They flip-flopped. At one point, they were like, yes, we should leave the Privy Council, join the CRC. Next minute, no, we should stay with the Privy Council. They're waffling on it. So they don't know how to really deal with this issue. But that language right there where it says no consensus was reached and therefore there is no recommendation for an amendment, I don't know who are these brainiacs, but but it's written in English, and the official language of Jamaica is English. The official one is English. I don't know how, and these are supposed to be bright superstars, and look at all some of the mistakes they've made. So I don't know, but that one there is a problem. If I don't know how they're gonna do it. I don't know how they're gonna do it, because now what they've done is they've kicked it down the road to say maybe we should decide this through a meeting between the leaders, failing which they're saying that they would go to a referendum. I don't know.
Okay, all right. Herb, what do you have to say on this situation here, Herb?
One having to do, and I started putting it in the private chat. The Privy Council and CCJ debate and a different analysis, and they're speaking to this. And one of the key things they said about the debate, right, is that the Caribbean court, when you consider it, it's being considered the independent of the colonial powers. And there are very learned jurists that are making the decisions, right? The best of the best from different countries nominated to be on that court.
Yes.
Right? And they're making the final decisions for those Caribbean islands, with everything about the Caribbean islands that they're paying attention to.
Yes.
Right? That's necessarily not the story from the Privy Council. Right? The Privy Council, before Vibes Cartel, ask yourself, what happened to those cases that may or may not have been argued before them where there was jury tampering? Was it the fact that the Vibes Cartel case was so significant they could not shield it, they could not hide it, right? And they had to make a decision. What happened? Because she, by her own mouth, she says she's done this before.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
So what happened to those defense counsels in the past when she did it? Did they take her to the appeals court and onto the Privy Council? You see, that's why we need an investigation.
Exactly.
Because this government has screwed it up. They cannot be trusted. Period.
All right. Tara, as it relates to the information, right? Let me see if I can refresh your memory on it. Bring up the document again. Let me just right. So here, Tara, 4.14 final appellate court. No consensus was reached on the issue of the final appellate court. As such, there is no recommendation for an amendment to the Constitution in that regard. Now, let me just speak to Tara. I think one of the issues why Mark Gordon instructed the lawyers not to sign off on was exactly that, to the fact that, right, they wanted to keep the Privy Council, right? The government wanted to keep the Privy Council, and this is where the argument is that if we are going to go republic, we can't have 1 foot in and 1 foot out. So then we need to totally lose ourselves from all the tentacles of our monarchy, right? And so then, right, we don't need to go to the Privy Council. I think we believe in our jurisprudence, right? And so then we are saying the Caribbean Court of Justice, right, will be our final appellate court. What say you about that?
I personally think that we need to move ourselves from the clutches of royalty, for wanting to put it of a different way. But in light of some of the things that are coming to the fore, are we confident in removing ourselves from there and understand that we are going to be governed right here and we have the right people, the right individual in the right place to do the right thing?
Well,
go ahead.
Yes, I have no issue as it relates to our jurisprudence, right? I think we have excellent judges. But what we are looking on, Tara, and the significance of this situation in terms of moving away from the Privy Council. How many persons are going to deny justice as it relates to, right, how expensive it is for one person to go to the Privy Council. For one person to go to the Privy Council, it's actually $134 million. Now, I want $134 million. Right, it is going to cost one person, right, to go to the Privy Council. So then I am saying, if you have a government that care for us, right, and want to move away from, the monarchy, right, why keep the Privy Council? How many people, right, are going to just deny justice? You understand?
You mean how many more? You mean how many more?
Yes, so I mean that is crippling in terms of we wanting to keep the Privy Council, right? How many persons can get justice from that? It is very expensive.
But maybe that's sadly, and we can go to that. Maybe we fall off, but maybe that is one of the reasons why they toy with the idea, because the Vibes Cartel case was a pivotal moment when it comes to our justice system and the revelation of many things that we see. You understand? Exactly. The inadequacies. You understand? So they did not bargain on somebody to really have the money to go to the end. So maybe that is something that they really rallied in, just in case that this happened. We will know that it's not going to go further because it's not affordable. You understand what I'm saying? Yes. And that is where my mind is. I might be wrong, but that's because nothing else seemed to make sense to me, because what we want is something that is going to happen, and as long as it is going to be in the ambits of the law, then we shouldn't have a problem. But if you have all this added situation where affordability is concerned, there's not going to be many people that is going to be able to do that. Exactly. So we're going to have more people lost in the system, like the man that is how many years old that I see them just released from prison, but that's another story. But it does not make sense.
In essence, keeping the Privy Council is denying, right, several Jamaicans justice. What say you on this matter?
Before you go there, Mystic, I'm getting ready to leave you guys. So I just wanted to say thank you. And one last thing I put in the private chat. If the appeals were to be prosecuted in Port of Spain at the headquarters of the CCJ, then it is more than likely that many more persons who may be aggrieved by the Court of Appeal decisions in the Caribbean would be in a financial position to approach the CCJ. Right? Exactly. It's covered in that article that is talks about Denbow Law Office. And I'm gonna put the I couldn't put everything in because it's so long, but you guys should take a look at it.
Exactly. Thank you, Herb, for passing through. We really appreciate that.
Okay. Hey, listen. If I finish looking at that side and y'all still here, I'll be back.
All right. Have a wonderful weekend.
All right. Take care. All right, Ratty.
Yeah, catch up with you.
Yeah. Right. Yes, Ratty. What say you on this matter here?
Run it again for me, please.
Okay. So find the document again. Let us put it up there for Ratty. All right. So 4.14, final appellate court. No consensus was reached on the issue of the final appellate court. As such, there is no recommendation for an amendment to the Constitution in that regard. So what we are saying here, Ratty, right, by any effort in terms of holding on to the Privy Council, right, that is going to render many Jamaicans, right, not getting justice, right, as it relates to, it's very costly, right, for one person to protest via the Privy Council. It is going to cost that one person $130 million. That, how many persons can find that? That doesn't make any sense to me.
Right. I thought I saw something the other day where they said that you didn't have to appear in person for some of the cases, that you could argue it remotely. But even if that's done, just the paperwork and to pay the lawyers' fees, it's still going to be exorbitant. Most people in Jamaica will never see that kind of money in their lifetime. That's almost $1 million US. 100 and something million, 134. Yeah. Most of them will never see that kind of money. And I'm talking about for their working lives. They'll never see that kind of money. So where they going to get money from? Where they going to get that money from to defend an action against them? Legal aid won't do it.
No.
Legal aid won't do it. But we have 1.7 trillion unaccounted for.
Exactly. Right. And this goes to show me that this government, Andrew Holness, is definitely the government of exclusion, not thinking about the common man any at all, right? Because if you're drafting a constitution and you said, okay, you are, drafting the constitution for the betterment of the people, you're talking about situations of a supreme law that is going to have an impact. We are talking about an intergenerational impact. Mm-hmm. It is going to affect generation upon generation upon generation. We just can't have this. And, surprisingly, that Andrew Holness, right, and his government, right, wanting to, want to say that, the opposition, right, need to sign off on something like this. The opposition cannot, there's no way that the opposition can sign off on something like this. Now, we are going to, so that is the final thing in terms of what we're going to do. We're going to play this clip, right, as it relates to submit voltage. The one here.
Number 7.
Yeah. Or this one, constitutional reform. This one.
Oh, okay.
Hear him above with the lawyer speaking.
That is an article. This one.
Okay, this one, I think.
Number 7.
Yeah.
Okay.
1B. Yes, it is. Yeah.
In the overlay.
Yeah. In number 7, the overlay.
There were some members of the committee that signed the document already, even with those flaws in it. I told the meeting and the minister that I couldn't sign the document unless I saw the rest of it. The document was not given to the members of the committee to be able to take home. It had a stamp on it as restricted copy. After you read it, they were taken back. That is not the transparency and the trust that we expect in a country that is looking seriously at reforming its constitution. This is not a way to proceed with the business of the constitution. We have not had sufficient communication with the public about what we are doing and what is considering. Up to now, I do not know because I have not seen whether or not they are verbatim minutes verbatim report of all of our meetings. I have not yet considered what I will be doing. I have not refused to sign. I have a lot of concerns about the whole way the report has been compiled and some of the things that are in it. And I have great concerns about how the whole question of constitutional reform was dealt with from this time that the Constitutional Reform Committee was formed and convened.
Okay, so that is Mr. Hugh Small, one of the constitutional lawyer, right there. He refused to sign because obviously, right, he's talking about not having consensus, right, on some of the issues, and obviously there were some differences as it relates to you know, moving from the Privy Council to the Caribbean Court of Justice. Now, anything on that, Ratty?
Look, the whole document for us fling away. That's
exactly. Exactly. Ratty, we are going to go through a final clip here, and we want to just bring up something as it relates to a particular case. Question for the panel: how will you get the Prime Minister to call the next general election? Can he stretch it out like local government election? So the answer is no. Per Constitution, it is written in the Constitution that we're supposed to have our general election every 5 years. However, in terms of any extension, it can happen as it relates to 3 means. Now, if we have an insurrection, if we have a war, or if we have any what we call
natural disaster,
right? Then of course you can have some extension. And even though there are some limitation with that extension in terms of time, Rocky, you want to expound on that?
I have to go back. Hold on, let me go back and look and see.
Very good question. Very good question.
Yeah, I don't remember the time period, but I know that they can, under the state of emergency, they can delay the election.
Yes.
I have to go back. I don't remember the exact time period though, but they can. Yeah. But you know what? We shouldn't lose sight of. They're getting ready to go into Haiti, right? And that could be a basis for say, hey,
countries at war.
Yeah, they said we're at war. The first body bag that comes back, they could say we're at war. And so we have to suspend everything.
That's a point.
Yes, it is.
That is like kicking the Jamaican electorate in their stomach right now. And you know what? Let us not speak about that. We get one idea.
Don't want to give anybody any idea.
Yeah, let us not shut off that immediately. Right? Let us just be silent. But with I want to put a case, Ratty, in front of us, right? For us to look at some situations because of some development that is going on with that particular case. We have the Joylan Silvera case, right? It is quite interesting as it relates to, right, some new development. And let me say that these new developments are, I'm just going to utilize them as allegations, right? Because we have no factual evidence as it relates to, you know, certain things that we are in receipt of. So I want to go back to, I'm gonna find this clip here, but we're getting here. Joylan Silvera charged. And I want to bring about this case. It's very important that I bring about this case because there is something fundamental that I want to show here, right? So I want people to just bear with me. Let me just go through this Joylan Silvera case.
Former Member of Parliament Joylan Silvera has been charged with murder.
The charge is in relation to the killing of his wife at home in November last year. He was charged within hours of him being arrested on Thursday. The former MP is scheduled to appear in court next week.
Now, Kirk Wright was at the Major Investigations Division, MID, last night as the dramatic moments unfolded. He has our report.
After a brief question and answer session, Joylan Silvera was handcuffed and whisked away in a waiting police vehicle parked outside the Major Investigation Division Thursday night. His attorney, Peter Champagne, who spoke briefly to the press, insisted his client is innocent.
Of course, there is concern, and what I will say is that he is maintaining his innocence, and we will see what happens in the process.
But the police say they have enough evidence linking Mr. Silvera to his wife's murder. Deputy Commissioner of Police Fitz Bailey is in charge of crime.
About 12 midday, Joylan Silvera, age 52 years old, land developer, was formally charged by the police, that is the Major Investigation Division, for the murder of his wife, Melissa Silvera.
He also revealed that the former MP could be in more trouble.
The investigation continues as we believe that there are other charges that will be laid against Mr. Silvera.
Initially, it was reported that Mrs. Silvera died in her sleep at home on November 10. Sources say a photograph of the scene after the police were called showed blood stains, and that ignited the suspicion of the investigators. Things began to look bleak for the former politician a month later after an autopsy discovered bullet fragments in his wife's body. It further revealed that she was shot twice in the abdomen. That discovery triggered a new round of investigations by the Major Investigation Division, which is spearheading the investigation. The incident has resulted in widespread discourse, with Mr. Silvera's lawyer, Peter Champagne, cautioning social media, arguing that public comments could negatively impact the victim's young children. Melissa Silvera was laid to rest last Friday. Her husband, Joylan, openly cried through the tributes as he clinged on to his youngest son. Of note, none of the tributes mentioned Mr. Silvera, including this one by former PNP President and Prime Minister P.J. Patterson. He said, "This tribute ranks among the most difficult to write. So much has to be left unsaid." Kirk Wright, TVJ News.
All right. Okay. Now, Ratty, where am I going with this? Right? As it relates to, what triggered for, a post-mortem, right? And the post-mortem revealed that she was shot twice in the abdomen, right? And as it relates to bullet fragments. All right. Now, we have been told that the weapon of choice, right, that was used was a 22 Matic. Right, let me write that down. A 22 Matic. Right, Joylan Silvera, right, based on investigation, right, uses a Glock 17. For his licensed firearm is a Glock 17. It has been rumored that the body was taken from one funeral home to the next, right? That sort of sends some sort of suspicion as it relates to why would that have happened, right? Now, for sure, the police is not saying that the weapon of choice that's used in this incident has anything to do with the Glock 17. Something I want to show the entire world here. Right? And so then the question is, right, who owns the 22 Matic? Because the 22 Matic, you know, that is a smaller caliber, right? And they are saying that, you know, the house was reconstructed, right, as it relates to moving out stuff and putting new stuff, right, to reshape the scene, the crime scene. But what is important to note is here you have, and let me say this, people. Let me say this because I know exactly where I'm going. Ratty, we are not going to say, okay, all right, the police investigation at this point, right, is wrong or is right. We don't know, right? Because we are not privy to the evidence that are evidences that the police are looking on, right? So we are not going to speak as it relates to guilt or innocent. But what we are going to speak on is a comparison, right? Now, Jylan Silvera's case happened in the confines of Jylan Silvera home, right? Where, okay, a 22 Matic was used, right, as it relates to the weapon of choice. And so then Jylan Silvera is pleading innocence, right? But he has been interrogated and has been charged. Where am I going? As I said, Ratty, is not to say that whether Jylan is guilty or innocent, because we don't know. We don't have the evidence that the police have. So we are going to be careful. But we are here now to make a perfect comparison to say what is happening as it relates to the level of investigation in Jamaica. Bring up this next case. Murder most fall. Okay. I just want to make some comparison here.
Murder most foul. On September 30th, 2016, the body of 51-year-old Jermaine Jr. was found with multiple stab wounds and a single gunshot wound to the head in the reception room of attorney Patrick Bailey, who just happened to be a close friend and lawyer of Prime Minister Andrew Holness. A knife, believed to have been the one used to stab Jermaine Jr., was also found beside the body. Patrick Bailey and Jermaine Jr. had an attorney-client relationship for 20 years prior to the murder. Around 1996, Jermaine Jr. was mistakenly shot multiple times by the police in Hope Pastures, St. Andrew, after they received a report that a robbery had occurred in the area. The police believed Jr. matched the description given in the report. Bailey represented Jr. in the lawsuit that was filed and won. That's how they became friends. The facts of the case are that while Jr. was in the United States, he paid his attorney to buy a property for him. When he returned to Jamaica, he discovered that his money was missing and no property. Jr. and Bailey came to an agreement that Jr. would stay in one of Bailey's houses until his money was returned. The house Jr. stayed was a house in the same yard of Bailey's main house at the back. This was not the first time Bailey was accused of stealing clients' money. In 2015, Bailey was arrested on charges of conspiracy to defraud in connection with a land deal that took place in 1996. The police alleged that a property was transferred to another person without the owner's knowledge. In 2022, Bailey was struck off the roll of attorneys eligible to practice in Jamaica for failure to handing over $17,640 to a client. Bailey collected money from a client and held it on trust. When the person requested the money, Bailey made several promises to hand it over, but that was never done. Bailey also represented Andrew Holness in the purchase of land on which his Beverly Hills mansion is built, via a St. Lucia registered company that Andrew set up to purchase the land while he was on a visit to Jamaica, as falsely written on the purchase documents. Documents from the National Land Agency showed that Bailey was the attorney who witnessed the notation at the time the property was being transferred. On the night of the murder, Bailey told the police that he stumbled on the body at 4 a.m. and had not heard anything. Bailey claimed that he was fast asleep when the killing occurred. The police said that there were no signs of forced entry. Police Commissioner Major General Anderson is cousin to Andrew Holness. For some reason, Bailey was immediately ruled out as a suspect. The morning after the murder, Bailey was reported to be unwell, and his doctor, who also happened to be one of Bailey's clients, Jeff the Ford, informed the police that he should be confined to bed and was not fit to give a statement at the time. In 2014, Jeff the Ford was found guilty of corruption after he tried to bribe a police officer to release 2 Surinamese men who were caught with nearly $60 million. He was sentenced to 6 months in prison. It is alleged that the JLP Member of Parliament, and attorney Orlando Terrelonge, who is the legal partner of Bailey, was involved in the murder of Junior. The police reported at the time that men from the Umbrella Gang, in Orlando Terrelonge's constituency, were under investigation for Jermaine Jr.'s murder. Orlando Terrelonge, who is openly gay, is alleged to have been in a sexual relationship with Patrick Bailey. According to Jermaine Jr.'s brother, David Roberts, it makes no sense to seek justice because nothing will come of it. The police damn know who did it. The police have faced public criticisms over their handling of the investigation. The average Jamaican citizen would not get off this case as easy as Bailey has. Corruption permeates the legal system. It will only end when Jamaicans say, enough is enough.
All right. Before we break down some things, Ratigan, let me just take this call, right? And then we get back to that. Yes, caller, you're on Mystic Sensation Live. Go ahead.
Good night, good night.
Hi, Pat, how are you doing?
Yeah, welcome. I have my two cent worth to put in.
All right, show it to you now.
Say, not so bright, but me have common sense.
Okay.
In the topic, I did reform, constitution reform. I am saying, talking to all the Jamaican people, who are listen, people share the life. No, as an ordinary Jamaican mother with kids, grandchildren, and niece and everything, we can find 130 million that figure of Privy Council. No, Mr. Prime Minister, this is for you and your cabinet. Look how stupid. Every time when you walk on your mouth, when you put your foot in it. Now, Jamaican people, when you allow a man, a Prime Minister, whoever it be, during the COVID, people frustrated and talk what they want to talk. And police will take you from under your bed. No, if you become a president and shoot, the police are going to take you and shoot you. No, would you allow a man again who must know people house on the land or we ancestors dead left anyway? And you as the Prime Minister, you know, call in the court and make the court do it. You yourself as the Prime Minister go with the whole of your army and do that to people. And you want to become a president, sir? The next thing, when you lock off your water, everything in your life. And you cesspool truck water and give it. What next? Jamaican people, we are asking of you open your ear and put away the color. Prime Minister, you're wicked. You're a cruel man. You talk up your mouth, say, and we the poor people, we are going to buy a chicken back and quarter bread and spread COVID. You charge poor people $200,000 for mass when the minimum wage was about 6,000 odd. Then go vote for you for your president. What next you're going to do with it? your wife, who is now the Speaker of the House, on a platform say, anywhere PMP live, garbage today. When PMP win, Labour right was the PMP. When Labour win PMP vote, we are all people. And we don't really want persons like those people to become president with all of what we are reading from social media. And if the media, RJR, CVM, the Gleaner Group, we don't feel how hot it is when it come on the doorway together there. We don't charge with media assassination. Can we everything from we? And we are idiots.
All right.
Moving on.
All right.
Minimum wages. Minimum wages. Right? Can't buy food. That is the reason why them turn to scamming. The young people don't want to go to school again because they don't have no vote.
All
We
right.
want this man to become the prime minister.
All right. All right. Yes, Pat, you're making some solid points, and we love that. Pat, we have some caller the card in like so, all right. So all right, exactly. All right.
Pastor Moore, come out and care any sense. No, come out and
All
Pastor
right.
Moore could have been with uncle, with father, anybody to with husband. What this Pastor Moore kids them doing now? How them feel?
So true.
See me dead. In the front center, one son, the police was being sacrificed. That woman turned fool right now. Jamaican people, for a prime minister to do all these atrocities.
All right. All right, Sister Pat. All right. Let me just give you a heart. Yeah, let me give you a heart because your points are solid. But let me give you a heart to take this gentleman been calling, right, and want to make a point. So we really thank you for that input, right? Very much. We really thank you very much. This gentleman, so Sister Pat, yeah, man. Let me just give this gentleman a break as well. Yes, thank you. Yes, sir. Madam, Mystic Sensation Live.
Good night, good night.
Yes,
good night, member of Mystic Sensation panel.
Yes, good night.
Yes, Mr. Byron, Mr. Ratti, and Mrs. Anne-Marie. Two things I want to say. The issue of Jamaica Labour Party does not support and believe in the Caribbean unity. From Bustamante, when Michael Manley started the Federation, you remember what Bustamante did? And the time of Michael Manley, when Michael Manley and Fast Birmingham started fight against the apartheid system, what did Siaga did?
Exactly.
When Carol come around, what did the two JP MP did? This is for Mr. Radigan. Mr. Radigan, can you find out how much money these people who signed that constitution draft, how much them get? That's all I have to say. Good night, and thank you for your answer.
All right, thank you, Carl. Sarati, you want to answer that?
I'm just writing it down. I have to do an ATI, and I know what's going to happen.
Yes.
They're going to tell me, you know, they're going to split it up. They won't give me a total cost. They'll say, okay, our person got his regular salary and this, and so you have to go over here, and then you have to go over here, and then you have to go over here. That's how they normally do it. That, even though we know that as a group, we should be able to get that information. But I'll try.
All right. So, Carla, I hope you had gotten some information there. So, Ratty, we're back to this case now as it relates to Joel and Silvera, and and we realized that it is Fitzbailey, right, who had investigated both cases. He had investigated the Joylan Silvera case, and where he quickly make an arrest in that case, right? And of course, charges forthcoming there. And the Patrick Bailey case seems to be similar in nature, right? And we are not seeing that Patrick Bailey even looked at. As a matter of fact, he was excluded. The point that I'm bringing across is here you have a home where you have Mr. Joylan Silvera and his wife, right, in that confines, right? Now, also you have a home where Patrick Bailey and Jermaine in that confine, right? There is no breach of anyone enter into the house, right? Or anything like that. Now, the weapon of choice in Patrick Bailey case included knife and gun. Now, I am asking, since there is no breach in entry, where is the gun? No, serious. Serious.
You know,
Let us ask this. Where is the gun? There's no breach in the entry to show that anyone going in or anyone coming out apart from both of them in the house. He claimed that he was sleeping, right? And you have the murder weapon as it relates to knives and gun, right? And so then, why I'm asking, where is the gun? How would the gun escape the house, right? And if the police, I don't know if the police have the gun in custody, and if the police have the gun in custody, who the gun belongs to? You want to help us with that?
no, I mean, you're raising some pertinent questions because there's no forced entry. So it would suggest that the people, if somebody came in, it's because there's a familiarity with the person on the other side. So they let people in, right? There's no forced entry like somebody use a crowbar and drive, or somebody broke a window or anything like that. So people are inside the homes, and you have to assume that if they weren't living inside that space, then somebody let them in. And then you raise the question about the weapons of choice, the knife and the gun, and the fact that this gentleman said he was sleeping and him didn't hear anything. I mean, he must be a very deep sleeper, but he would be suspect number one, on a number of people's list. He would be suspect number one. But to date, I don't think he's been charged with anything. He's still walking around, free. And like I said, in the other case, they arrested the gentleman. The commonality, apart from the similarities with the crime, is that the person who's investigating both crimes is Mr. Fitzbailey.
It's Mr. Fitzbailey.
So, I hope he's watching, or people who know him that they're watching, because Mr. Fitzbailey, you owe me a report for murder statistics, and it's on your desk. No, sir. I was finally told. This is like the third time it's been on your desk. So we're waiting for it to be disseminated. But you're right. I mean, you ask about when you introduce this topic, you were talking about the level of, or the competency of the investigators, right?
Yes.
Why is it that they would take action in that case, but then over in this case, you compare and you contrast, and you say, I don't understand why they found a man dead inside of just outside this man's bedroom door, stabbed, shot, He said he was sleeping. No forced entry. Can't find the weapon. Who else was in that room? Where did the weapons go? So many unanswered questions. And then this man is just still walking free. Whereas with the other one, that person was arrested. And like you said, we don't know what the investigators found on this one, but just on just looking at it, at least on the level that we're looking at it, without having the benefit of the investigators' reports, it just seemed like there's something wrong here. There's something wrong. But then again, this is the same Mr. Fitzbailey who promised that he would arrest people when they found the whole heap of drugs out of Errol Flynn, the airport, and up to now we haven't heard anything. So it's like, I don't know if he's competent, if he's incompetent, if he's corrupt. I don't know what it is, but he doesn't seem to be a straight shooter as far as conducting investigations. And that's why people have these questions around him. These questions are swirling around him because he just can't seem to get his act together. And then also keep in mind that on the DPP side, she has a very poor record of convicting people for murder.
Yes.
I mean, Jamaica is one of those places in the world where if you're a murderer, you have a very good chance of murdering people and getting away with it. Because I forgot the statistics. I think it's high. It's high. I think they said it's something like, I don't know, like 70% of the people who commit murders will get away. Because only 30% will get convicted.
You're right.
It's very high.
Yes.
So what you see is we talk about a system breakdown, but then you also have people causing the system to break down. And that's
read what somebody suggested that the man opened the door for the killer, and after he was shot, he let out the killer, then went back on the sofa to die. No, don't want to pop me up. No,
and then the thing is, I don't know if they did DNA. I don't know if they they probably trampled through the crime scene anyway, so it's contaminated. So, I don't know if they use luminol in the house to see if the body was shot, if the person was shot somewhere else and dragged to where they found him. Yeah, that's the same man who said the man hang him. Yeah, the man fly off a spiritual hill and then come out and say, "Me not dead yet," and him go find that tree and say, "All right, me not dead." No.
But and with all of that rotation that the car would have to be rotating, the man appears to be well dressed. Right, Rachi?
Yeah, the man appears to be well dressed. Right.
This is crazy. Right. And all these things, right, under Andrew Holness-led government, it's just unbelievable. All right, so people, let us get into the deck of things where we are talking about the government diaspora as opposed to, right, the organic diaspora. So we have Ratty here, and of course we going to show, right, some things. This is things that we want to discuss because we hear that the Jamaica diaspora is under some pressure right now, right? So we are going to get into the meat of that. Let us bring up this as it relates to the Jamaica diaspora conference, right? They are actually, right, in danger of missing attendance target, right? I mean, look, it is getting bad on the government, so might be people just taking away themselves, have anything to do with the government, right? And so then that's also affecting the diaspora, the diaspora.
Okay.
Right. So let us look on the Jamaica
okay.
Okay. Let us share that.
just make sure it's sharing that. I think is here.
Okay, so here we have it. This is not the document going on.
Scroll up for the titles here.
Yeah, the two, one with Ratty and the one with Jamaica and the one with.
Just pointed on the top one. Okay.
Okay. So let us read this for the people, though. Let us read this for the people. Just read that for the people.
Okay, Diaspora conference in danger of missing attendance target. May 21st, 2024, and with less than a month to go to the opening of the 10th biennial Diaspora conference, the attendance target of 1,000 participants from the Diaspora will not be realized if registration continues at its current pace. During the official launch of the conference in April at the offices of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade in downtown Kingston, conference planners announced that they were expecting 1,000 diasporans to attend the first in-person conference since the COVID-19 pandemic. However, checks by the Gleaner have revealed that registration is lagging, and persons associated with the conference now do not expect it to reach a target of 1,000 overseas participants. While there has been an intensification of efforts to up registration, the numbers expected from overseas are looking increasingly distant. Michelle O'Neill, the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council member for the United States, which is the Northeast region, told the Gleaner that she was expecting 10 people who will make up her delegation to the conference. However, she was unable to say how many of the Northeast have either registered for the conference or will be registering for the conference. Peter Gracie, Global Jamaica Diaspora Council member for the southern region of the U.S., said so far he knows of 25 people who have registered or say they are going to the conference. He further indicated that he did not have an overall figure of people who have already registered or would be registered from the southern U.S. region. The Jamaican consulate in New York has already seen an increase in the numbers registering for the conference, but was unable to say how many would be attending. We have seen an increase due to our efforts, and we will be pushing to have even more people registered for the conference. But at this point, we cannot say what the final numbers will be, a spokesperson told the Gleaner. The consulate is also pushing to get a number of youth-sponsored to attend the conference. The consulate in Miami has also stepped up its efforts to get people registered, but cannot say how many will eventually attend the conference. We will be sponsoring a number to attend the conference, a spokesperson for that mission told the Gleaner. The conference is to be held at the Montego Bay Conference Center in St. James from June 16th to June 19th. The partner hotels in Montego Bay are also not reporting any significant registration at this time from people who will be attending the conference. However, several people who spoke with the Gleaner about attending the conference have said that they will be staying at alternative accommodations to the hotels. Orlando Terrelong, Minister of State in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade with responsibility for the diaspora, told the Gleaner that registration is going well, but did not provide figures as to how many have already registered for the conference. At the same time, the early bird special for registering for the conference has been extended. The registration fee is US $160 per person for the 3 days. According to Terrelong, the registration process is ongoing. People can register for the conference at any time, even throughout the conference, he said. He added that the participants in the conference will hear from a number of people from the diaspora who will share their knowledge with participants. They include Dr. Trisha Bailey, head of Bailey's Medical Equipment Supplies and Pharmacy, David Mullings of Blue Maho Capital, Byron Dixon out of the United Kingdom, a Deputy Commissioner of Police from the US, as well as other prominent diasporans. We will be placing emphasis on how Jamaicans in the diaspora can invest in Jamaica for themselves as well as build generational wealth, he said. The conference will get in full swing on the morning of June 17th and run throughout the day with several plenary and breakout sessions under the theme, Jamaica is open for business. Investments, healthcare, education, crime and security, agriculture and agribusiness will be among the topics to be covered during the conference, including a fireside chat with Jamaica's new police commissioner, Dr. Kevin Blake. Prime Minister Andrew Holness will deliver the keynote address on Tuesday morning. The Diaspora Day of Service will take place on June 20th.
Okay, so obviously, and we know that Terry Langton, we know that he's a liar, right? So let us show the mission objective between the the Jamaica so-called diaspora, right, that deals with exclusion, and of course our first biennial diaspora conference, the original organic diaspora. So let us show their mission objective between both diaspora conference. Right, let us show it, people. We are going to big it up and show it. All right. So here, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, Jamaica Diaspora Conference, June 16 to 19, 2024. United of Jamaica's Transformation, Fostering Peace, Productivity, and Youth Empowerment. Engagement in impactful dialogue at the conference. Your input matters, yeah? Register now to be part of these vital conversations, right? Panels, riverside chats, breakouts, keynotes. They and the thing categorized on the three heading. So they have agriculture, development, modernizing agriculture to enhance productivity and food security with crucial diaspora input. Right? And remember say Nigel Clark, right, remove taxes from green produce to come in and to give our farmers competition. You see why the people are running left him? Now under the next category, crime prevention and national security. What they have there, exploring innovative strategies to build safer communities. Me and Rattigan know say, now them can't get the murder rate under 1,208. I don't know where them are going with that now. Trade and economic development, exploring partnership and reforms to stimulate economic growth. So please take it away, and it seems like them have a lot of sponsors down here. So, all right, let us move that and bring up. Yes, let us bring up the original diaspora. And people, remember, right? I am telling you not to attend that. This is what we are going to support. The original diaspora. Look, everything look pretty and fancy. See it here? See there, Jamaican people, this inclusion, no exclusion, inclusion. We are bringing one and for all new, young, right, persons with effects or whatever, total inclusion. Now, Jamaica Diaspora Crime Intervention and Prevention Task Force, Global Jamaica Diaspora Council. Join us online for our first biennial Diaspora Conference, Strategies and Solutions for, and we have our three categories. What we are talking about, education. We are, our concerns lie here, poor leadership, public corruption, failed initiatives, poor examinations scores, mass emigration of teachers, and those are serious concern as it relates to our education system. the mass immigration of our teachers. We see where this Andrew Holness-led government, right, where Rural Reid, former minister of education, right, pilfered, right, from the Ministry of Education, millions of dollars. Let us let us big up that. Okay, yes. Under the category of health, our concerns, right? Serious concerns that we have. Poor leadership, mismanagement of funds, lack of accountability, lack of proper facilities, equipment and supplies. The U.S. strict advisory to deliver adequate medical care. We know that that is so true. So many issues with our medical system. We have seen where $31 billion was issued for the KPH, renovation of KPH, and we have seen nothing being done there. We are also witness where Cornwall Regional Hospital, right, started at $2 billion, now at $21 billion. We need answers for that. Now, national security, this is very vital for us. Poor leadership, right? As I just previously said, talking about the crime rate, we have seen under Andrew Holness-led government where the crime rate hitting 1,600, right? As it relates to the homicide rate, right? Mismanagement of resources and personnel, right? Porous borders, high crime rates, failure to implement. And when we talk about porous borders, you have seen as it relates to the amount of cocaine, the amount of drugs, and the amount of guns coming in. And it seems like, as what has been written there, porous borders, these are serious concerns that we have. High crime rates, failure to implement national strategy. There is no form of strategy. As I said, under this government, we have seen crime rate being escalating. As it relates to the Minister of National Security, as it relates to the former ministry, under Portia Simpson-led government, and the homicide rate over at 1,208. And now we are seeing it is just getting out of hand. Obviously, that is speaking now that the government has no strategy. Human rights and violations. And we will be having this June 16 to 19, right, 2024, sponsored by our people, right, streaming platforms, right, will be discussed, to be announced later. Since we have Rattigan here, right, primary organizer for our diaspora. Ratty, please take us through, right, what we are doing here.
Well, I don't know where to start. Can you give me a lot to work with? But let me just go back to the article. The article you put up, it says that the representative, the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council representative for the Northeast, and pretty soon she will not be able to use that title because we have been approved by the IRS for the 501c3 using that name. Beautiful. We have registered the name in Florida. The name is registered, I think it was yesterday or today, the name registered is going to be, it was or will be registered in Connecticut. We're going to do it in New York, Pennsylvania, DC, and Georgia. So essentially she cannot go, she runs from, I think, Maine all the way to Virginia, but the hubs for fundraising and the center of the Jamaican population is around the Northeast. It's around Connecticut, New York, yes, New Jersey, and Pennsylvania. Now, we're going to file in those places. The problem with her is that once this filing has been completed, she can no longer use that title in those places. So she's going to get a cease and desist letter from us. Yes. And if she refuses to comply, then we'll just take her to court. It's just that simple. No, she covers an area with more than 1 million Jamaicans, right? And what did she say? She said, I have a delegation of 10. That's what she said.
Mm.
This is a lady who, when they had the election, she garnered less than 100 votes. Remember, she represents more than 1 million people. She got less than 100 votes. I'm telling you right now that just based on the statement that she said she has only assembled 10 people in her delegation to go, that she's useless. There's no way that you can tell me that you represent 1 million people and you can only get 10 people to go with you to a conference about us. No way. So the first thing is that we're taking away the title from her. So and the other gentleman, Mr. Gracie, we're going to take away his title because in the South there are two places where politicians come to raise money primarily: Atlanta, Atlanta and the Miami Fort Lauderdale area. And we're registered already in Fort Lauderdale. We're going to register in Georgia. So he can't use that name in those places. So the places where they would go, the places where you have a high concentration of Jamaicans and the places where the politicians would come and try to do fundraising, they can't use a title. So that's it, they're finished. No. What is this thing that they're having on the 16th and the 19th? It's a business conference. If you go back and you look at everything they've said, it's about business. It's about selling services, products, and investment. Most of us in the diaspora, we not no business there, so we really don't have any business right there. They're not talking about the issues affecting Jamaicans. They're talking about how they can make money off the backs of those Jamaicans already suffering, right? So they're thinking about further exploiting those people. You know, minimum wage labor. So we say, don't go to their conference. And you see what they say? The gentleman out of Miami said that they'll be sponsoring some people. So it looks like they're going to be paying people now to come to the conference. That's what he said. We're sponsoring people. So they're going to be doing that. Well, let them pay the money because we're going to file an ATI after to say how much money was spent to bring people from outside to this conference. And we're telling them that we're going to do it, you know. So we're going to be watchful. And then we have people who will be in there. Further, they're going to be streaming it. So we'll get to see what's going to happen. So they're coming to sell products, sell services, investment. We will be doing a conference for this on those same days, but our conference will be at night and it will be online. No, if you want to go to their conference, I'm Marian Byron. Here's what you must do. You have to take time off from work, right?
Yes.
Take time. And if you want to register in Jamaica, you have to get there before the 16th. It's the 16th to the 19th, but you may have to get there like on the 14th or the 15th if you want to register in Jamaica. So you take time off from work. Then you have to buy a plane ticket. If you're coming from the Northeast, a plane ticket is going to be around $700 US. Actually, more than that. I know somebody who just went and it went on JetBlue and it was $1,200.
Wow.
But they purchased their ticket right there on the spot. Then you're gonna have to stay in a hotel. The hotel, from what I'm gathering, they're trying to shepherd people to this new hotel, and it's about 300. I heard it's 300 and change per night. They might get you someplace with 200 and something per night. Then you have to pay for transportation, ground transportation. You may want to, because they advertise. One of the sponsors is Island Car Rental, and they said they want you to come and rent your cars from them.
Yes.
Then you're gonna have Digicel. You're gonna have to go get a phone when you're down there, a chip. You're gonna have to go pay for that, right? Food, they're providing some food, but not all your meals are provided for. So you're gonna have to go out and get some of your meals as well.
Yes.
And then to top it off, this is your conference, you know. You have to pay $160 US to go through the gate to get inside, right? Now, the way we estimate it, it's gonna cost you if you go for the 4 or 5, because people won't leave on the 19th, they probably leave on the 20th, so they'll get there like around the 14th, 15th. So it's gonna run you, if you don't have about $4,000 to $5,000 minimum, nobody will go. They think about going.
And that's true.
If you don't have that, don't. If you don't have about $5,000 in your pocket, $5,000 US. $5,000 US. No bother go. No bother go. And if you have it, don't bother go either. Don't bother go. Here's what you do. The conference that Byron and Ann just talked about, the second one, it's online. It costs you nothing. Nothing. Just a little investment of your time. And you can watch it when you cock up your foot and you eat a dinner, you're lazy boy or wherever you're there, you can just cock up and you watch it. Then you can also participate. It's not like the conference where people chat, and then them take 2 questions and it's over. Here you can participate, and we welcome everyone as long as you behave properly, right? We welcome everyone, friends and foes alike, but you can come and you can participate. They're talking about business packages. We will be talking about care packages, how we can help the people of Jamaica. And as you saw from the issues raised, these are the issues that they should be talking about, that the diaspora should be talking about with the government of Jamaica. But that's not it. They're talking about something else. Our conference will dive right into the topics that they're trying to avoid. And if you notice, national security, that's the one impediment to the development of Jamaica. Crime. Yes. And what did they say? They say, under their heading, they say, we're going to explore, right? We're going to explore novel ways to make communities safer. They've been saying this since 2015, 2016. They've been saying it, right? We said, no, we're going to discuss what they have been doing and what they have not done, what they've promised and what they've failed to deliver. We're going to discuss. And then also, we are going to provide solutions. We're not afraid of giving them solutions, because at the end of the day, we want a better Jamaica for everyone, right? And so we're saying, if they want to run with the ideas, fine, let them run with the ideas. But see, we know they're not going to do it. They're not going to do it, because these people, they're so caught up in themselves. They're so self-absorbed. They have this sense of self-importance that how dare you tell us or give us advice as to how to fix the problem, you know? Exactly. And so they won't, but we're going to do it, and we're going to do it for the record, for all time, so people can see that, okay, there was a conference here that identified the problem, discussed the problem, and provided solutions. And these people didn't follow the solutions. We've been telling them for years to do a fusion center or an intelligence center, and they've ignored it. And they continue to fight crime in this prehistoric manner. And that's why they can't get it to 1,208. And people, don't let them fool you and tell about crime rate gone down. You can't create a problem and then try to fix a problem there and then say, oh, I'm doing great. Meanwhile, the problem that when you came in was much less than what you caused to happen or what happened on your watch. Mm-hmm. And then you say, you fix a little bit of that, but you forgot that when you came in, it was lower. Case in point, like you mentioned, Byron, when I do the comparisons for crime, I'm looking at the comparisons from when they took over. They campaigned in 2016. They campaigned and they said, listen, the crime rate is too high, and we are the party of law and order, and we are going to make sure that you can sleep with your windows and your doors open. What was the crime rate? What was the murder rate at that time? 1,208. Yes. And so there should be no comparison now with what happened before. It should be about performance. They have not gotten it to 1,208 or below 1,208. So therefore, they have failed and the crime rate is up. Exactly. Don't let them fool you people and tell you about it's down from the corresponding period of last year. No, you must tell them, say, no. Who are you about the corresponding period in 2015? Because that's when you campaigned saying it was too high. And now you gone way above that. And you tell us that crime rate gone down. It's nonsense. Also, here's another thing that people must understand. You see the crime rate that they tell you every year. The end of the year, they said, or the beginning of the new year, X amount of people died. Don't believe the hype. Because here, I'm going to share with you some things, and I'm waiting on the results right now. They have some categories where they put dead people in, right? And they don't share that with the public. One, missing persons. Missing persons. Now, some of my sources tell me that some of the missing persons, they've been fed to alligators, they've been thrown out at sea and all that. They've been buried. So you have missing persons, right? And in Jamaica, after, I think it's 6 years or 7 years, you can actually go to court and have someone declared dead if they've been missing for that period of time. And I've been telling people, if you have somebody who's been missing from back then, 2016, 2015, whatever, or even before, go register now. Go to the court and say, I want him to be declared dead, because once they're declared dead, they're going to have to do something with those numbers. That's one. The second one is suicide. They put a lot of people inside here, even like the guy who fly off of the cliff and go look for a tree for hang himself. He's in that category. Then they have one called self-defense. where we don't even know, because these guys are, some of them, they're not good investigators. They have some good investigators, but they can't do all the work. They can't be everywhere all the time, and they have some really bad ones. So they put that there. Then they have this category. Oh, by the way, remember, there's only one pathologist. I think it's only one.
Yeah, it's one. You're correct.
One.
It's one.
How many bodies you think this guy can examine? So some bodies have been buried before they can determine cause of death. Some bodies have been cremated, right? But here's a big category where they don't want to tell people about. It's called death investigations. Lots of bodies, lots of people inside that category. And what they do, they say, oh, we're still trying to figure out, where we should put these people. And I've been told that it's a lot of people in that category, a lot. And so I've asked them to give me the records for all of those categories, 2016, 2017, up until 2022, 2023. And I've been getting the runaround. I asked from last year, and every time I ask, God bless this man over the statistics department. He said it's on Mr. Fitzbailey's desk. Then he says, oh, we're refining the report. Oh, we're giving you new numbers. Oh, it's back on Mr. Fitzbailey's desk. Oh, we're waiting for tomorrow. I'm gonna show them the email traffic between me and this gentleman. I don't mean to embarrass him, but at the same time, people must know what's going on. And I'm telling you, if you go back and you look, sometimes if you look at an old report at the murder statistics, and then you look at a more recent one, you'll see a change in the numbers. And that's because they're taking some of them out of the death investigation and put them in the thing right there. But there's a lot of people inside there, and I'm waiting for them to give me the stats. So these are the things that we are going to talk about during our conference. And we're telling people, we're encouraging people, we're beseeching people, do not go to their conference, that business conference that they're having. Do not go. If you've signed up, cancel. Don't go. Do not support this nonsense. Stay at home and watch our conference, the People's Conference, where we're going to talk about the issues affecting Jamaica. Issues like water, issues like health, education, housing, infrastructure. You hear them talk about roads. The roads are not being built where they should be. The highways, how many people use the highways? How many of you use the highways? Most of you use the secondary roads, the roads in the inner cities. Most of you use those roads. So
we can't pay to use the highway.
Yeah, we're going to talk about the big C, the one that nobody wants to talk about, corruption. We're going to talk about the illicit six. We're going to talk about the Prime Minister's statutory declaration. We're going to talk about how they failed to prosecute, to file one of the charges that they should file against Marissa Dalrymple Philibert. And we have the evidence to show that. Thank you, Mystic Sensation, for the report. Okay. But we're going to show tomorrow how she filed a false declaration, the charger, but then they also interviewed her and she gave them bad information. She should have been charged for that.
Exactly.
That's Section 43 2B. The charger Section 43 2A. But she should be charged also for Section 43 2B. And then the charger under another statute for 2A, there's another statute in Parliament where parliamentarians must submit statutory declarations. They charge her twice. They charge her for the same thing. They charge her under the statute for Parliament, and they charge her under the Integrity Commission. And we said that's good, but that's for the report she submitted. The statutory declaration. How about when you spoke to her? How about when she sent you a letter responding? What and she give you bad information? That's 43 2B. That's where you're supposed to charge her. They didn't charge her. So tomorrow we're gonna show the correspondence we sent to Integrity Commission and what they sent to us, and we're gonna show that people, if we'll clean up Jamaica, we really have to start at the top. If we're going to clean up Jamaica, if we're really serious about this business, we have to start at the top. You arrest some policeman for take some money for somebody speeding or whatever, fine. But guess what? Next week he'll be replaced by somebody who will be doing the same thing. Exactly. But when you arrest somebody at the top, when you bangle them up, it sends a very powerful message. It sends a signal that those days are over. And if we can do that to those people up top, can you imagine what they'll do to me down at the bottom?
Definitely.
So we're going to talk about the big C. We're going to talk about crime. And what we're going to do is we're going to bring in experts who will take a topic, talk about it for about 20 minutes or so, 30 minutes. Then we'll have a roundtable discussion, providing solutions, and then we'll open up the phone lines. We'll take calls. Things that they're not going to do. And listen, you do this all in the comfort and the safety of your home. And it costs you nothing but a little investment at time, right? So people, do not go. Do not go. Do not. This is not going to be beneficial to you. Do not go. I can show you a report for almost every single one of them that's been held in Jamaica, where people come back and say, just a bag of talk. Nothing more. It's just a bag of talk. Them just talk. And a lot of people go there because they have this self-importance thing. And some of them insecure in themselves. And them only feel good when them take picture with a celebrity or with a minister or whatever. Call the minister tomorrow and ask him if he remember you. Call him tomorrow and say, you don't remember, say, you take the picture with me. I help out Auntie Matty. Him say, who you? We don't remember you. So people, if we want change, you have to come to the place where change is likely to take place because of the things that we're doing. And the things that we're doing are things like protesting, and I'm hearing that is causing them grief. And by the way, there is a protest next month. I think it's the 15th, Saturday the 15th, in Washington, D.C., in front of the Jamaican embassy. Then there will be a conference in Canada. I hope to see you guys there. There will be a conference in Canada.
We will be there.
Okay, there it is. In July, 26th of July. Yeah, we will be there to support that.
Yeah, we will be there.
Yeah, man, we're up on the guest speakers list. And
then
what's that? July, right.
July.
In August, I think they're gonna have one, they will have one in the UK. And New York. Listen to me. We're coming back. We're coming back, and we're going right back to that place where we were about 3 weeks ago. Yeah, 3 weeks to the day. I think 2 or 3 weeks ago, we were there. We're coming back, and we're going to be protesting. And they said we only had 60 people. So what I need from you, New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, California, Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, South Carolina, Virginia, D.C., Maryland, Connecticut, Jersey, all Canada, UK, we need 600 people. They say 60. We need to put on another zero upon it.
All right.
We need 600 people out there. Minimum 600 people. And it's unlikely that it's going to rain. What if it rain? It's fine. Because just have a cool down the place. Because the place I go hot anyway. You know?
Exactly.
And we're looking for a nice day to do it. I think I have a day in mind, but I'll wait for other people to give me some ideas. But the one thing we don't linger. So as next week or so, we're gonna be getting the permits in order. We're not waiting. We're gonna get the permits, and we're gonna do everything that we need to do to make this a success, or even more of a success than the last one. So I want to thank all the people who came out a couple of weeks ago in New York, and I'm asking you to come again, and this time come with your friends, your families, your relatives, and come early, because some of you came late. Some of you came when the thing was over. I'm hearing reports about groups of up to 15. People saw them, people wearing the t-shirts, going home from the protest, saw them, and they said, "Hey, we know is it over?" And because we're going, I said, "No, it's over." So the DC one, you need to come early as well. I think it starts from 10 to 4. But you need to be there like from around 9 o'clock. Go catch up your stomach and come out there. We want you out there in your numbers as well.
Perfect.
And so it's DC, Canada, the UK, New York, and Miami. CG, Mayor, we're coming back your way, sir. So you'll see us sometime in October.
All right. It's so wonderful for the update, Ratty. But let me say this, to the people who are listening to us, right? You have seen that Ratty has taken on the world on his shoulders. Not to be about that, right? Being there, and he does not have to do this, but this is someone who loves his country and loves his people, right? And I'm amazed in terms of the amount of work that Rattigan is doing, galvanizing us. And let me say this, people. Let me say this categorically speaking. We have just gone through a constitution reform, and basically what we had gotten from it, right, is we have seen where a government is just trying its endeavor best, right, to pass laws to protect, right, its corruption and so forth. This is when we talk about the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation, right? Because we have sit here, right? We have gone through the document together, people. We have seen, right, what this government is doing as it relates to no impeachment, clause in there, right? And so then what does that say, right? And obviously, right, it is not a constitution that is reforming, right, for the benefit of the people. And so then we see that this government is bent, right, of wanting, right, to have that level of corruption that they are involved in and want to get away with it. So people, we are here to hold the government accountable. And in order to hold the government accountable, this is why the mechanism of, as it relates to the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation, right, has been, right, generated for this purpose, to making sure that, we can hold the government, right, accountable. So people, we want for this, you understand, people who need to, just look in terms of what we are saying, right, fund and try to fund the thing, right, and just believe in our progress in terms of what we are doing here, right, and for persons to come out and support what we are doing, right. It's amazing, right, to know that, right, the diaspora is fighting very hard on behalf of the Jamaican people. So Ratty, we are going to wrap up just right about now and then get into Jeopardy. So then, any final words that you want to leave with us?
No, just want to say, thank God for a program like this, where people can come and they're getting facts. They're not getting, there are no spin meisters around here, because, we have other people who are doing it, and they're spinning out of control right now, because they start making some arguments for just sound ridiculous that anybody can just see right through it. So I'm thankful for having me here, because it gives me a chance to kind of
You're always welcome.
Yeah, thank you, my brother. Likewise, and like I said, you come and you don't come with emotion, you come with facts. You don't come with spin, you come with facts. And people, they may not like what you're doing, but they respect what you're doing, because they see that what you're doing is in the interest of the Jamaican people, and it's not a fallacy, it's not foolishness. It's all factual. So I'm glad I could be here tonight, and again, like you said, like I tell you, you have the key to the place, so you cannot come in the time. So tomorrow, people, I want you to check out Reason with Rattigan from 3 p.m. until you say when. 3 p.m. on Reggae Global Radio, or Reggae Global Radio and YouTube. I don't know what time we're gonna end tomorrow, because we have Mr. Hugh Wildman is gonna come on to talk about the Mark Golding saga, citizenship and passports and all of that. Then we have Dr. Ben, who's gonna come on, and he's gonna talk about Caribbean indigenous medicine. And then we have a gentleman who has a mathematics program that is actually helping kids to stay in school. He's gonna come on, because we have to talk about some good things too as well. And whenever we find them, we talk about them. And he's doing a program that should be sponsored by the government. It's not. And he's doing great things. So he's gonna come on, he's gonna talk. Of course, Isat and Herb will be there. And Mystic Sensation don't have the key, just jump on.
All right. That's it.
So yeah, just jump on anytime. So folks, that's it. So thank you for having me.
You're welcome.
Here.
All time.
Look forward to greeting everybody tomorrow afternoon.
All right. Blessings.
All right.
All right.
Take
Here
care,
you have it. All right. Have a wonderful
Right,
week. Of course, we'll be tuning in on your program tomorrow. So, all right. Here you
Blessings,
have
sir.
it.
Take care. All right,
Blessings.
Ann.
All right. So there you go. Of course, people as it relates. So we all seen, right, the wonderful work that Rattigan has been doing, right, and really and truly, it's quite impactful. And so then, we just need to stand and support, right, the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation. All right, without any further delay, I'm going to hand over to Wifey for Jeopardy. Wifey, you are on.
Okay. All right, guys. So thank you so much for joining in the discussion. Really appreciate everyone's input. Really appreciate everyone's support and endorsement. Thank you so much. Thank you so much to all the new subscribers. Welcome, welcome, welcome. And all the some of the silent supporters did come in the chat and participated. So thank you so much. Really appreciate each and every one. So, again, thank you, Byron, for that educational and insightful discussion. And thank you to all the persons who were on the panel. Really appreciate everyone's support. All right, so just gonna quickly go into Jeopardy. Let me just get that up. Okay, so we are going to be playing for credits. It's $1,000 Jamaican credit to the person with the most points, and then we have 4 runners up of $500 each, Digicel or Flow. The questions will be in the form of a statement. You answer in the form of a question. If it's the name of a person, then it's who is. And if it's a place or thing, then it's what is, and then the answer. So let me just go ahead and share the screen. Let me just share the screen so you can see what the categories are for tonight. Let me just take the logo off. Just take the logo off. Before we fully get into Jeopardy, let me just bring up back the poster for the conference in Toronto. So it's, as you know, the Jamaican Diaspora Crime Intervention and Prevention Task Force in association with the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, Jamaica and Friends of Jamaica. So join us in conference as we speak against corruption, crime, poverty, failed healthcare, poor education, etc. in Jamaica. And it will be on July 26, 2024 at 1320 Ellesmere Road, Toronto, Ontario, Canada. And it will start at 3 p.m. and finish at 10 p.m. So as the logistics are worked out and stuff, then further information will be provided on the various platforms. Right. But for now, this is the date is July 26, 2024, and it will be at 1320 Ellesmere Road, Toronto, Ontario, here in Canada. All right. So as usual, we're gonna throw out categories. The first one that I see is what we're gonna start with, and tonight's categories are flags, Jamaican games, Jamaican people, movies, and Jamaican brands. Welcome, Anela. Thank you so much for joining in. Really appreciate. Oh, thank you so much for the compliment. That's everyone. At Tiwakala, welcome, welcome. Thank you so much for tuning in. All right, so throw out a category, and the first one I see is what we're gonna start with. Yes, Jaden. Who's gonna make it? You're gonna make it? Well, I'm not quite finished yet. All right, so Mixon is saying flags for 500. All right, so all right, let's reveal what is under flag for 500. So you're gonna name the country to which the flag belongs. So name the country that uses that flag. Can I have a black pen?
Black pen?
Black.
Oh, okay. What about this?
Accidentally click anything. All right.
It's a little bit cool.
Cool. Let me turn on the AC today because it's going to get hot. That's why down here. So for the heater, I have the AC on. All right. I see the answer that I'm looking for. So everybody run out. Everybody's supposed to get that. What is Brazil? Brazil for football games. World Cup. So that is for 500 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. Truck Life.
All right.
Then Mixon, Donmel, Lloyd, Janet, Karen. Okay. Madeline Ford, welcome. You have to put what is and then the answer. You answer in the form of a
Truck Life for how much money?
500.
What?
Then Doreen also got that. Ripley, welcome. You have to put what is before the answer. All right. Truck Life is saying flags for 400 at Makala also. Flags for 400. Can you name the country to which that flag belongs? Name the country to which that flag belongs. Everybody run out. Everybody run out on that one. Better Mixed. You feel say you first. The chocolate just jump in front and throw I think it's not a monkey wrench, it's a kangaroo wrench. Welcome, Cheryl. Let me see what's their name blessed yet. Royal Bless. That's 2 credits for Royal Bless. We got no number. All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it is what is China. So China, this flag is symbolic for China, and that is for 400 points. So let's see who came in with those 400 points. Truck Life.
Again?
Mixing right behind him again. Janet, Lloyd, Karen,
Truck Life for bottom of the
Cheryl, Doreen. Okay, that's a typo there. Karen, I have to put what is before the answer, and Lenford. All right, Truck Life is keeping it flags. All right, name the country to which that flag belongs. Name the country to which that flag belongs. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for. All right, so the correct answer is Puerto Rico. I know that the Cuban flag and the Puerto Rican flag is similar, but what's the difference is that here, instead of red, it's dark blue. So the both flags look the same, but the color is different. Here on the Cuban flag, where you have the star, is red, and then the lines are dark blue. And for the Puerto Rican flag, this is what it looks like. The lines are red, and the star is
you have to
blue.
be careful when it comes to those two flags.
Yeah, so that's for 300 points. So Puerto Rico is the correct response. And that's for 300 points. So let's see who picked up those 300 points. Right, the 300 points where it belongs. Truck life.
What?
Everybody else.
Why truck life living so tonight?
May I tell you? So guys,
truck life on fire.
May I tell you? It's just the color of the that they put on it that makes a difference, but both flags look the same. All right, truck life flags for 200. Okay, everybody run out. Name the country to which this flag belongs. Name the country to which that flag belongs. Merrifield, welcome, welcome. Happy Friday. Ian Hill, welcome. All right. I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it is Japan. So what is Japan? And that is for 200 points. Let's see who first came in with the correct response. Put the points where they belong.
Truck life.
200 points. Then Dunmel, Lloyd, Janet, Murphy, everybody run out.
So truck life want to take the whole boat tonight?
that whole category.
Wow.
Karen, Cheryl, Lyndon, Ian. That's how the answers came in. Choose the next category. It's completing flag.
Ricardo.
Everybody run out.
Ricardo.
I'm so roping.
Everybody
run out.
Like Ricardo, I'll give truck life a chance to clean the board.
Everybody run out. All right, I see the answer I'm looking for. No delays, and we all know what is Jamaica. And that is for 100 points. So let's see who picked up those 100 points. You know where to put the 100.
What area?
Royal Babes, sorry. Welcome. Royal Babes, have you sent me a number? I have 2 credits for you. Your credits are piling up. Oh my goodness. Yes, so Royal Bless, Dunmel, Janet, Cheryl, Lloyd, Murphy, Ian, Lindell, Karen, Casey. Yes, Peter, I sent it to the last number that you had given me. I sent your credit to the number that I have for you. So you can check with the person who owns that number. I already put through the credit. Oh, you sent it to WhatsApp? Okay, I'll have to go through it because there's a lot of messages there. I'll have to go through it. And once I see it, once I find it, I'll send the credit to you. I'll go through it. Went through half of it already, I think, or a quarter. Keep piling. All right, so choose the next. Okay. All right, you're welcome, Peter. All right, so choose the next category and for how many points? All right, movies for 100. Movies for 100. And these are Jamaican movies. Who played Marcia in Dancehall Queen? Who played Marcia in Dancehall Queen? Name the person. Name the person who played Marcia in Dancehall Queen. People stuck there, stuff. Who played Marcia in Dancehall Queen? Welcome, Jennifer Francis. We don't know yet. For now, it's Toronto. Remember, name of a person is who is. When you're talking about person, it's who is. Anne-Marie, welcome, welcome. Right, I see the answer coming in now. Let's reveal the answer, and it is who is Audrey Reed. So Audrey Reed played Marcia in the movie Dancehall Queen, and that is for 100 points. So let's see who picked up those points. Mixing.
All right, mixing on the board.
We finally get ahead of Shortcliffe. Then Merville, Anne-Marie, Janet, Royal Bliss. Okay, you're welcome, Jennifer. All right, so choose the next category and for how many points? Mofa. You got it, Mix. You got it, Mofa. Mofa, who got it? Choose the next category and for how many points? Okay, it's continuing. Move it for 200. In 1999, Paul Campbell played Capone in this movie. Name the movie. That's so long ago? My goodness. In 1999, I'm telling you, Paul Campbell played Capone in this movie. Name the movie. Name the movie. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for. And remember that the famous line, walk on, live, talk on, what's it not dead? All right, so it's what is Third World Cup, and that is for 200 points. So let's see who picked up those 200 points. All right,
All right,
200 points. Then Lloyd. Make sure I miss
Shortcliffe is on a serious mission tonight.
I tell you, then Lloyd, Karen, Merville, Jacqueline. Typo there. All right. So Truck Life is continuing with movies for 300. The name of Trevor Roan's 1976 movie. Name this 1976 movie that was directed by Trevor Roan or written by Trevor Roan. So name of Trevor Roan's 1976 movie, and it's a Jamaican movie. $1976. That's a long way to make movie. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is, what is Smile Orange? So Smile Orange, and that is for 300 points. So let's see who picked up those 300 points. Why is he closing the dryer door so hard? Mixing, so Mofat's 300 points. Mofat's on a mission too. Then,
and so the score as it is.
Royal Bless, one sec. Royal Bless, Lloyd, Dunmel, Truck Life, 876. Welcome, welcome. I'm not going to touch it. Welcome. All right, and okay, Smile. Okay, you corrected that. Jacqueline, welcome. Smile Orange. Remember, you have to put what is. Okay. Eithlen, welcome. All right, so you can read out.
And the score as it is, Mixing on 400 points, Truck Life 1,700 points.
All right, so he is saying Mixing is continuing with movies for 400. Name the movie that Jimmy Cliff was in. Name the movie that Jimmy Cliff was in. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is, what is the harder they come? So the harder they come, and he also sung the song. All right, so let's see who first came in with the correct response. Just refreshing the chat. Okay, so first on the board, okay, that was a typo there. And he corrected it. So first in the correct response is Truck Life. He corrected it.
How many points are there?
There's a typo. That is for 400
400 points.
Then Lloyd, Mixing. Dunmel also had a typo. Janet, Cheryl, okay, didn't put what is. Murphy, Anne-Marie, Karen. So everybody basically got it correct. Some people didn't put what is. Remember, you have to put what is before the answer. And Truck Life is saying movies for 500. It was a typo, Lloyd. He did correct it, as you see under there. All right, so Truck Life is saying move it for 500. Just waiting to see if Lord responds. All right, so this is a double point answer, and it is Biggs and Wayne was played by whom in the movie Shutters? Biggs and Wayne was played by whom in the movie Shutters? So name the two characters. Their name. What was their name? Or what is their name now? What was? So they played Biggs and Wayne. So name the persons who played Biggs and Wayne. Welcome, Ricardo. Happy Friday.
What? You just run out? Ricardo, you just run out when Truck Life out to clean up the board.
Truck Life out of midfield. Remember, with persons, you have to put who is. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for. All right, and it is who are Biggs, played by Kimani Marley, and Wayne, played by Sprague Benz. Right, so that is for 1,000 points because it's a double point answer. So whoever gets it correctly will pick up. Oh my goodness, will pick up 1,000 points.
What?
Chocolate. Then Ricardo. But him coming so hot that him have a typo there as well. Janet. Janet have what? It's Merville.
Just take over the board.
Carmen. Yeah, tell you Royal blessed with a typo there and corrected that. That Chocolate must delete him and so make him get it.
You're a bad man. Ricardo, we get a bad man.
Sure. All right. That's the answer gave Ricardo the bad man Chocolate.
You must have Chocolate bad man.
Chocolate is saying brands for 100. So
you might get Chocolate for Andrew. You get Chocolate for Andrew less.
Jamaican brands for 100. So you're gonna name the brands, either company or product or whatever, depending on the statement. This became Jamaica's first 100% locally manufactured energy drink. So this became Jamaica's first 100% locally manufactured energy drink. Name that drink. What is Trump? All right, I see the answer that I am looking for. All right, and it is boom. What is boom? Blow them up. That is for 100 points. So how many points I gave the truck? Like 1,000?
1,000.
Okay, making sure.
So who got the 100 points?
I'm going to see now. Let me just refresh and see who picked up the 100 points.
Only two persons on the board, Mixing and Truck Life.
So Truck Life with boom for 100. Then Mixing, Janet, but then what is 876 by birth? Merville. Royal Bless also got boom, Jacqueline. Here that. And Mary also got boom. All right, so it's continuing with brands. From fresh produce line, which includes ripe and green bananas, pineapples and coconuts to cassava and breadfruit chips. So you're gonna name the company or name the brand. fresh, I would say name the brand. From fresh produce line, which includes ripe and green bananas, pineapples, and coconuts to cassava and breadfruit chips. So name the brand chips. Name the brand chips. It's Jamaican chips. All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for, no delay, and it is what is St. Mary's?
What?
Best banana chip. What is St. Mary's? And that is for 200. All right, so let's see who picked up those 200 points. Oh, where's the chippies? Anyways. All right, so first on the board with the correct response is Ricardo. Mary Chocolate only put St. Mary's.
How much points for Ricardo?
200. Then Royal Bliss. Janet, Cheryl, and Marie. Who have St. Mary but didn't put the S on it. It's supposed to be St. Mary's.
So the score as it is, Ricardo on 300 points. Mixing 400 points. Truck Life 3,200 points.
Okay. You finished change the vibes? Okay, but I can change the vibes. Okay, Truck Life, it's saying it's not Truck Life, it's Ricardo. Truck Life, you only had Mary, it's Mary's. Or is it, oh, you know what? Let me just look on if there's something. Or St. Mary or St. Mary's. Hold on. Give me 2 seconds.
Why, Ricardo, the 1 point you win, boy, gone a quote. Hey, Ricardo, 1 point, the 1 point you win, it got in a court.
Yes, it said Mary's apostrophe S.
Ricardo said, maybe you will have points, man. Why? The 1 little point you win, up in a court.
Goodness. Truck Life in beat you by a S. All right. I didn't say that bad.
Now tell you, John. 1 point on Ricardo win, gone a court.
Have to deliberate. All right, so Ricardo, keep your points and choose the next category.
You know, I Truck Life, I feel it.
You carry on with our Privy Council.
You must have been deal with Privy Council, you know, CCJ, me I deal with.
It's Privy Council for now, CCJ not in play yet. All right, so choose the next category. We all agree it should be CCJ, but it is what it is right now. Ricardo saying brands for 300, so it's keeping it brands. This company is the Caribbean's largest supplier of premium quality fish.
Woo!
This company is the Caribbean's largest supplier of premium quality fish. So, run out on that one. I have to.
The answers are in, you know, so. All right, I'm seeing the answers in already. Boy, these people are so fast. Quick on the fingers.
Okay. Come on, someone in there. Okay. Something wrong. It just no longer does fish. All right, so let's see.
You recall about Batman, Byron. We're not him Batman.
Look, your man is still a cockroach, but it's a full fat, no business to do now. All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it is, what is rainforest seafood? Rainforest seafood, and that is for 300 points. So let's see who picked up those 300 points. One of the best dressed now, Karina. Swing again.
Yeah. Rainforest, top quality fish, but they're expensive, you know. Yeah, rainforest out of Freeport.
Yeah.
But an expensive, man.
All right, so that's 300. That's where it starts. All right, so Truck Life.
For 300?
Then Ricardo, Janet, Mixin, Cheryl, Royal, bless everybody run out. 876, Karen, Merville. Okay, that's all the answers came in. So choose the next. Anne Marie. So choose the next category and for how many points? Okay, choosing brand. Karen said it needs a good prayer. Oh my goodness. For 400, they're keeping it brands. Known as the people's favorite bakery, it is one of Jamaica's original country bakeries, founded over 75 years ago. Known as the people's favorite bakery, it is one of Jamaica's original country bakeries, founded over 75 years ago, and it's a double point answer. It's a double point answer. No, Captain wasn't in since 1976. Since, for over 75 years. Think about Easter bun. Think about the Easter buns. The moist one with the plenty fruits. I don't see it. Okay, I'm starting to see now. Oh, there's a baker called Terry's. Welcome, Andrew. Happy Friday. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is going to be 800 points for this answer. And the answer is, what is Whitfield Bakery? Whitfield Bakery is been in Jamaica over 70 plus years. So it's Whitfield Bakery. You're welcome. All right, and that is for 800 points. So let's see who picked up those 800 points. I wonder how much you want, eh? Mm. You know, better go put it underneath and burn it up. Because you always turn the thing up too high. All right. Truck Life, 800 points.
800 points?
Must sweep.
Oh,
You need some prayer. Need prayer.
All of them need prayer. Our truck life will get the bomber.
I tell you, then Andrew also came in with Whitfield Merville. So what is Granny Kitchen? All right, that's all the answers came in. Now, Ricardo fling out 4 candles. Candle not gonna help you right now, Ricardo.
That's not gonna work. That's not gonna work.
Oh, you said he didn't give the complete answer. Hold on, let's go back. It says, because it doesn't have to put bakery on it because it already said the people's favorite bakery. All you need to do is put the name. So bakery is already there. We know that it's a bakery. It's one of the Jamaica's original country bakeries founded over. So you just need to put the name because we know it's a bakery. All right, so yeah, bakery was in the answer, so you just need to put the name. All right, so Truck Life. Antonio, welcome. Welcome. All right, so Truck Life is saying for 500, so it's completing brands. Okay, brands for 500. A line of first aid products for treating cuts and bruises, mostly known for their mineral oil. And remember, it's a Jamaican product. A line of first aid products for treating cuts and bruises, mostly known for their mineral oil. Name the brand. Name the brand. All right, and I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is, what is Benjamin's? So Benjamin's mineral oil, Benjamin's Band-Aid, Benjamin's this, Benjamin that, and that is for 500 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. Let me refresh. All right, I go back up. I don't want to miss anybody's answer. Ricardo, and that is for 500. Then Truck Life, Mixin. Oh, Sherry left off the S. Carmen, Richard left off the S. 876 left off the S, but the Royal Bless left off the S. G Angel, welcome. All right, here's the next category, and for how many points? Please, Barra, tell me my points. If I even won, you don't have any points yet, Carl. You haven't made the board. You have to add.
No, I'm still can't tell the Karen points. Okay, so look, start. Karen, 0. Mixing 400 points.
They would start at 1.
Ricardo, 700 points. And Truck Life, 4,300 points.
Truck Life. Truck Life. Me not put out the question yet, so you have marbles. Eh?
Ricardo said Truck Life. Stop thief.
My goodness, I'm going to give away a government. Ricardo said games for 100. White squares commonly drawn with chalk. Jamaican children laugh and play as they jump from box to box. Name the game. So these are Jamaican games. White squares commonly drawn with chalk. Jamaican children laugh and play as they jump from box to box. I wonder if these kids really play these games anymore. Because everything is technology.
You used to play the game right now. 1, 2, jump, 2, jump, 1 foot, 1. You remember it?
I know, but I don't remember.
Start jumping.
You know, so you're true.
Then
Something.
1 foot, 1 foot, 1 foot, 2 foot.
All right, so I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it is what is hopscotch.
Do you see that? You see right? 1 foot, 2 foot,
1 foot, 2 foot, 1 foot, 1 foot. And that is for 100 points. Those were the days you get your exercise while you're playing.
And actually, you know, those days, trust me, although the economy was, you know, I mean, not good, but you didn't have so much crime, so to speak.
You were happy. You felt a bit
Happy.
safer.
Children used to be children in terms of the playground.
Mm-hmm.
The playgrounds were in the community. And,
the community watch over the kids.
The community watch over the kids.
There was a lot of discipline.
But now, I mean, things change a lot. I mean, you know.
Can't even trust you with your child.
No.
All right, I see the answer that Yvonne said, good in those days. Yes.
Yes, Yvonne.
Good old days. I was
Yvonne really good in those days.
Today. Yeah, man.
Right.
Those were the best days.
Oh, my goodness.
Need some of those days back.
Right. We used to go bird bushing and shoot bird. Right. We play marbles, dandy shandy. Boy, those days, man. Those days were days.
All right. So, Ricardo, hopscotch. So, Ricardo, 100 points. Then, Truck Life, Royal Blitz. Everybody came in hopscotch. Mr. Yvonne, 100 points.
To Yvonne?
Ricardo.
To Ricardo?
Mm-hmm.
100 points to Ricky.
And then, Merville, Dunmel, Carmen, everybody run out. Hopscotch, Brittany, everybody got it. Georgette, welcome. You have to put what is before the answer. Turn it down low, Barra, not high. Jacqueline also came in with the answer. All right, so Ricardo is saying games for 200. A game that traditionally uses a long chain or links of elastic band. A game that traditionally uses a long chain or links of elastic bands. All right, let me see. Yes, juice box use make truck, and also we use the juice box to play, you know what? As well as cricket. I used to use the juice box until them burst up. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is Chinese skipping, if you just have skip, that should be fine as well. A game that traditionally, yeah, Chinese skipping. And that is for 200 points. So let's see who came in with the correct response. Ricardo for 200 points. Then Royal Bless, Truck Life, Karen, I think, but didn't put what is Georgette, G Angel. And that's how the answers came in. Brian, why you stop midway? Ricardo for 100 points. You really cool? So Ricardo for 100 points. Sorry, for 200 points. Sorry, Master, but you didn't have to speak to me in those tone of words. 200.
Oh, we can't give 100. 200 instead? 200 for Ricardo?
200 for Ricardo. Pardon me.
Pardon
Truck Life, you say you just
so
speak to me in a low tone
the
of
score
words.
as it is, mixing on 400 points. Ricardo 1,000 points and Truck Life 4,300 points.
All right, so he is now saying games for 300, so he's keeping it all games. One at each end throwing ball while the ones in the middle jump, run, and bend. Everybody run out. One at each end throwing ball while the ones in the middle jump, run, and bend. Jesus. I tell you.
Me and my big mouth.
The Baron hear you.
You hear with you?
Oh my goodness. All right, I see the answer.
Bust mouth back.
All right. So, let me see. What is Dandy Shandy? So the game is Dandy Shandy, or sighting. And that is for 300. You're gonna need no gym because you don't run up and down. You're tired of the games. The amount of exercise you get.
The children used to enjoy themselves. You know?
Your joints get worked up.
What happened to those games?
Down.
What happened to those games?
Bending. Good exercise. All right, let's see who first came in with the correct response. These kids don't know how to be kids.
Don't joke.
Games make you flexible.
Yeah.
All right, first on the board with the correct response is Ricardo, the man who lighting the candle. Then Truck Life, 300. Then Truck Life, Dunmel, Royal Bliss, Karen, Ethan, Cheryl, everybody run out. Georgette. All right, so it's saying games for 400, so keeping it all games. Set up your man, then click and clap.
What?
Set up your man, then click and clap.
Man, then click and clap.
Set up your man, then click what go. Which game when you play it goes click and clack?
Oh.
You set up your man.
Mm-hmm.
You forget already?
You know,
You never used to, me never used to play. I mean, I don't know if you play, but the boys played it. All right. I see the answer that I'm looking for. And you have what? Ta?
Mm-hmm.
Bring your ta.
Bring a ta. Come. Can you remember? I don't bring no rocks in that game and I'll play with you, you know. We are go with the rocks. Preps one. Preps.
What are marbles? So
Yeah.
the marbles, you set up your man.
Yeah.
And then when you flick it and then lick that the marble, it got click and clap.
Pitch.
You pitch it.
Yeah.
Jesus.
You pitch.
And that is for 400 points.
You pitch.
Set up your man and you pitch.
Yeah.
And you take what the other person thought. I think
and yeah, was like with no burst. Pitch burst. Good.
Let's see who first came in with the card.
When we go there with my preps, you can't come there with the rocks. Run away with the rocks. We gotta go with the rocks.
Welcome, David. Happy Friday. Thank you
Big
so
up
much
yourself,
for
David.
tuning in. Hope you are doing okay. And again, condolences regarding your grandmother. So David is on the board.
All right.
With 400 points. Yes, 400 points.
David coming strong.
Mm-hmm.
So the score.
Hold on. Ricardo, hold on. Yvonne, Carmen, Merville. Okay. Brittany, that's so. That's so the Cayman. Yes, we used to pay the elastic band to Ricardo when you bounce it off the wall, and if you cast somebody else, then you take all of them. Yes.
Sometimes when I look on the ground, the game fat because the game fat. You have about 50 elastic back there. You know? Everybody have bugs and
can't pick up.
Can't come on the elastic.
Regardless,
bunks.
Beat me.
Bunks.
Yes, so choose the next category, David, and for how many points? Man, we used to play it tough for the elastic band.
Yeah, man, we used to
you have to give up one, eh?
Yeah, we used to happy. Trust me, happy days.
Oh,
can those days really come back? I don't know. My goodness, no, these kids now are playing with guns. The playgrounds just disappear. So sad.
They're grand for 500 because they're not safe anymore. Plum. That's all I'm saying. Plum. What's the game?
You used to like the game right now. Plum. I mean, I didn't talk about the game. The game I'm really like. Peeny, pan.
I need the name of the game. All right, I see the name of the game. Yes, and somebody put them hand in the ears. Oh my goodness, I tell us the years have really gone by. And I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is, what is brown girl in a ring? La, 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 la.
Brown girl in a ring. La, 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 la. And it look like
in a plum.
We used to enjoy ourselves. These games.
Right.
They're slowly missing from the community.
Not slowly, they're fast missing.
Oh boy.
All right. And I see, okay, let's see. You guys are 60s born. No. Only one. Not so far back, but these games came up to the 90s.
Yeah,
it's in the 90s.
so I am surprised when they said these guys are 60 bonds because these games went up straight up to the 90s.
All the parents used to come out and play
Yeah,
with us.
yeah.
Father used to play cricket with us. Mommy used to come out sometime and try to play the nation. and racing. We used to love racing.
You know which game we used to play to box up and catch? You know what I eat on your box out and catch?
All right, let's see who first came in with the correct response. Okay, yes, it's a ring game, but I need a particular ring game. Okay, Ricardo, what is brown girl in the ring? Okay, Don Mello got the brown. Royal bless Ricardo, 500 points.
Ricardo?
Mm-hmm. Make sure. And then Royal bless. David. And Brittany. Georgette. Okay, Ricardo. David. May your soul rest in peace. Funeral is tomorrow.
Janet said Byron is just 2016 Jamaica changed to dog. Of course, for Andrew one that's coming in. Janet attack Andrew. The one 2016 the place get dog. I'm gonna blame her, she right. When 2016 man evil take over the land.
Yes, Stucky used to nice too. Stucky and 1, 2, 3
yes,
red light.
Yes, I want exactly.
You know when we used to play them when light gone.
Yeah. But again,
1, 2, 3 red light.
But all right, hide and seek game is a game from what your till fill up on. And people still play hide and seek. Them little children are still play hide and seek. That is one of the games that survived the many games that died.
Okay. Yeah, we play hide and seek at night too, as kids.
Exactly.
Hide and seek at night. We're gonna find a tree we used to play it, and we used to play it on the ground.
Yeah, we used to go in a tree too.
Eh?
Yeah. In a hide.
Yes, 1, 2, 3 red lights, especially when light gone. We used to love playing
1,
the
2, 3
game
red
when GPS turned off the light. So, all right, so it's just the Jamaican people category that's left, so you can just put the points instead of putting people, because it's the one category that's left and you want it. Oops. Let me see. And just say, and if you try playing that at night, no, you might find a crook. Yes, moonshine baby. Moonshine baby.
Yes.
Take off your legs and ball.
Yeah.
There's
so many.
Remember,
Boy,
moonshine baby.
You know, just playing these games right now, and these games being identified. I mean, you just leave that emptiness there in the stomach.
Can I relate?
Yeah.
Rita Marley, Judy Mowat, Marcia Griffiths formed this reggae group. Rita Marley, Judy Mowat, Marcia Griffiths formed this reggae group. Name the reggae group. Stopping. Let me see what I have out there. I'm already working in the morning. Because I'm already working in the morning. Must be an evening or a night shift. I've been calling everything frozen. All right. Already working. All right, let's see who first came in with the correct response. Let me just reveal the answer. I see the answer that I am looking for. And it is, what is the I Trees? And that is Bob Marley's renowned backup singers. And that is for 100 points, the I Trees. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. It is the group that I asked for. So what is the name of the group? So okay, still renaming himself Ricardo. What is I Trees? Then Yvonne. So that is for 100 points.
For Yvonne?
Ricardo. Then Royal Bless. She wrote it in number 4, and I realized that it's not she writing. And Truck Life. Okay. Don Mel, Janet, Cheryl, Karen, Georgette, Brittany, G, Angel, and Merville. So choose how many points?
Still have some big points up there.
What is the last category? How many points, Ricardo? Ricardo, we're not playing hide and seek now. 200. Historical figure who first said emancipate yourself from mental slavery, and first is the operative word. Historical figure who first said emancipate yourself from mental slavery. First, it's an operative word. All right, and I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it is who is Marcus Garvey. So Marcus Garvey was the first person who said that, and Bob Marley put it in his song, and that is for 200 points.
What is the Marcus Garvey saying?
Emancipate yourself from mental slavery. He was the first one who said it. All right. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. Ricardo for 200 points. Then Royal Bless, Karen, Merville, 876, Janet, oh, she corrected who is, Cheryl, Georgette. That's how the answers came in. So 300 is just counting. Jamaican artist known as the Queen of Reggae. Which Jamaican artist was dubbed the Queen of Reggae? Queen of Reggae. Which Jamaican artist is known as the Queen of Reggae? Reggae. The difference between reggae and dancehall. All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for. No delays. And who is Marcia Griffiths? So Marcia Griffiths is the Queen of Reggae. And that is for 300 points. So let's see who came in with the correct response. 300. All right, it started there. So Ricardo, 300. Ricardo, 300. Then Karen, Janet, Cheryl, Merville. So the answers came in, and Ricardo is saying 400, so it's counting, and it's a double score, so 800 points. Jamaican nurse who distinguished herself serving in the Crimean War. So Jamaican nurse who distinguished herself serving in the Crimean War. Oh, you didn't get that point, Karen. You weren't the first one. Ricardo beat you to it, hush. All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for, and that is for 800 points, and it is who is Mary Seacole. You have to have Mary because there are other people out there with the name Seacole, the surname Seacole, so we have to make sure we're specific to say Mary Seacole, and that is for 800 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. Ricardo, that's for 800 points. Then Truck Life, Yvonne. Wait, what did Ricardo? See, cool. Okay, we corrected it, so typo there. Then Karen, Royal Bless, Janet. Okay, also typo. It's spelled Georgette, Merville, Cheryl. Wait. Did it say double score? Oh shit, it's double your score.
For Ricardo?
Yeah, double your score. It's more than one double score in there.
Hold on there.
A double Ricardo score, sorry.
So
400 points and then double.
The score?
Mm-hmm.
So that means Ricardo will unite, you know?
That's a brimstone affair.
No,
Jesus.
Ricardo win the night.
Double your score. All right.
Push out Truck Life, so.
And then the final one. The final one. Jamaican who became the youngest pilot to fly solo around the world. Jamaican who became the youngest pilot to fly solo around the world. So name the person. No, just one leave Ricardo. No, what was?
Much points leave up there?
Hmm?
Much points leave up there?
That's the last point.
Yeah, what is the value of that point?
500.
Okay.
Jesus. See, we a little bit with Talawa. We even have youngest pilot flying solo around the world.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it is, let me make sure. Okay, and it is, who is Barrington Irving? On June 27, 2007, at the age of 23, Barrington Irving became the youngest and first Black pilot to fly solo around the world. Irving, born in Kingston, Jamaica, and raised in Miami, Florida, took this daring and historical trip to show young people that there was no limit to what they could achieve. That is for 500 points, and what a great example to set. The sky is the limit. There's nothing that you can't achieve if you put your mind to it. All right, and that is the end of the board. Let's see who picked up those 500 points.
Okay.
Ricardo.
Whoa.
500. Ricardo just comes sweep everything. Then Merville, Royal, bless, some typo there, Anne-Marie, Georgette, David, everybody basically came in. Cheryl, G Angel, and that's how the answers came in. So congratulations to everyone who participated and was able to answer. Congratulations to everyone who made the board, and congratulations to the winners tonight.
So we have 4 persons who made the board. But I want to say wonderful participation from everyone, right? David and Mixon came in at 400 points each. And Truck Life, second place, 4,300, right? And Ricardo is the man of the moment, 6,900 points. All right, there you have it.
Okay, it's so it goes sometimes, Andrew. Sometimes you have dry spells. Sometimes you have to go through a little drought. Everybody have their moment, but well played game by everyone. David said me 400 this year.
Yes.
Yeah, Ricardo scored 6,900. Yes, because it was a second double score answer in there. Right, so Brittany went to the comment I made before. Brittany said, bro, Andrew Devil kills that. He doesn't want anyone to be great anymore.
Exactly.
Oh my God.
Hey, let me see.
Oh, you type it and didn't send it. Oh,
Let me see the soup upstairs.
All right, again, so we're both going to work in the morning, so we're not gonna delay. So guys, thank you so much. Really appreciate everyone's continued support. Really love the participation in the discussion and so forth, and also the comments. When you comment at the end, we go through them. So please make sure you comment, because we really like to see and hear what you have to say outside of the chat, and for all our silent supporters. And also thank you so much to those who recently joined the movement. Really appreciate you coming on board. And guys, remember to share. The more people you share it out to, the more people will join in, so that we can make them more aware of what's going on, so that they can make informed, intelligent decisions when the time comes.
All right.
Ricardo said he's giving alpha is the way you can decide who gets it. Miss Sand 400. Okay, David 408. 408 digit. All right, 408 digit beside David. So
David 408 digit.
Okay, Royal Bless. Have a wonderful weekend as well. And I look for the info in WhatsApp and send you the credits, because I have 2 credits for you, so that's $1,000 credit total. All right, so
408 digit.
Yeah, 408 digit for David. All right, so Ricardo says giving half of mine away, you can decide who gets it. Okay, remember tomorrow at Reason with Ratigan 2 p.m. Jamaica time.
Tune in to Ratigan, please. So listen this to do this to John.
Okay.
So John, if you are there, we are giving you that credit, John. So you have John credit number?
Yeah, I have Janet's number.
Okay, so put John here, David. Okay. So
also gonna give yeah, Janet.
Okay.
Okay, then I'll put that for writing on tomorrow.
All right.
All right, so take care, guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. Really appreciate each and everyone's support, as I said before. Sweet Pea, good night, she's saying. So about yeah, put it in this because I have to write off the scores in the book. So have a wonderful and restful weekend, and tomorrow reason with Ratigan, Sunday town hall with Wayne Lonesome, and then we are back on Tuesday. So we'll put out the notification as to what time, because you know the time varies on Tuesdays. So I'll put out the notification as to what time we will be here on Tuesday. So have a wonderful and blessed weekend.
All right.
And safe travel on the gravel. Blessings. One love.
Yep. Love you all. And have a wonderful weekend. All right.